Hello and welcome to our second week of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia as we make our way into the second day of league play. And with me, of course, I have the lovely Span Gogo. My name is DK, and well, guys, we are in for quite a bit of a day. Span, are you excited to be here today as well?
Yes, definitely excited, especially because it looks like these teams, they've realized that this is where they have to go ahead and shine, and we've already seen so many different outcomes than compared to last week.
Definitely, of course, we saw a pretty tough week for the teams as they were making their way through that league play. And of course, 16 teams moved on into our super weekend, which of course was also quite an interesting weekend to watch as we saw these teams, of course, playing on Erangel, Miramar and Sanhok. But now for this week, we're of course changing things up once again, stepping into more of a Sanhok, Miramar heavy gameplay for this last day today before we once again make our way over in towards the super weekend. So I'm quite excited to see what the teams are going to be doing. We saw quite a bit of a change already in yesterday's game as the teams performed really strongly in super weekend, but now coming into yesterday's matches there was already that quite a big of a upset in the points.
Yeah, I think some of those teams that didn't make it into the Super Weekend last time have realized that they need to go on ahead and build that fire and come back stronger. And like you already mentioned, those teams that did go on ahead and come super strong, seems like maybe they just had a bad set of games yesterday. Not quite sure, so I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to bring it back with their 4 games today.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be something to watch because we had after our first week of league play, we had the players there from NASR finishing off really strongly on 120 points, right up in pole position. Of course, followed shortly there by the players from YaLLa and then the team from SCYTES over in third place. YaLLa, of course, bringing in 77 points. SCYTES also bringing in 77. But now, as we move into the second week of league play, we see quite a bit of a change. The players from Fate actually managing to move up in towards pole position.
Yep, and we can see here, this is the contrast, the difference from last time. This is what we have so far, the overall ranking based off of yesterday. So we can see that Fate Esports taking that first place position with a winner chicken dinner, 32 total placement points, 27 kill points, and a total of 59 points. Right behind them is GUNZ Esports, also with the chicken, 30 placement, 21 kill points, 51 total. Then YaLLa in third once again. Looks like they always finding themselves up in the top spots with a total of 50 total points. Then SUDOR Esports with 45, actually tied with RGG overall, but has more kill points. NASR Esports in 6th with 42, then SCYTES in 7th, 35, Zombie Esports in 8th with 35 as well, but SCYTES have a bit more placement points.
But it's definitely interesting to see just what these overall standings look like because, I mean, last week at this point, things were looking completely different. And now as we move into that second page, of course, you can see the players from RICO Infinity currently sitting up in 9th place on 33 points. We've got Real Tiger 9 in 10th on 30. We've got the players there from the Galaxy Racers over in 11th place on 25. Then, of course, we've got the Snipers and the team from iKURD Esports, both sitting on 21 points. Of course, those kill points and placement points being the differentiating factor between them. Of course, then we see also the players there from Flare Loyal team in 14th on 17. We got HOTLINE over in 15th place on 16 points. And then, of course, the Fanatic Zombies in 16th place on 15 points.
It looks like actually an interesting stat there for Fanatic Zombies. It looks like all of their points so far have come from placement points. No kills so far, but able to find themselves a lot of points at least coming into each of the games. So out of 4 games, they're able to grab 15. No kills so far, which is a drastic difference compared to, you see our last page here, FalconsEsport in 17th with 9 kill points, 6 placement points, total of 15. Then Alpha Legends in 18th, 15 as well. In 19th with 12, and RabGSG in 20th with 8 total points.
Man, and it's really quite a bit of a story that is starting to build here, a performance that is coming in, as we see now the players there from Fate moving up in towards that pole position. And of course, in last week games, we didn't even see them make it all the way through in towards that final super, or into the finals, into the super weekend itself. Because I mean, last week they finished off on 39 points. This week already, a much stronger performance right out the gate for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the fire building that I kind of referenced earlier. I mean, they didn't make it into the Super Weekend last time, and we already talked about how important it is to do that, getting the more prizing, getting the points to actually make it in the finals. So yeah, they ended in 18th in week 1. That was not enough for them to go on ahead and qualify, and right now they're currently in first place with an 8-point lead just as of yesterday. So they have 4 more games today, potentially grow that lead, and they've almost doubled their average points so far as well, and they actually have a higher average placement points this time around. So it looks like that seems to be what they kind of went back, watched the VODs, kind of worked on a little bit. It looks like they're more focusing on grabbing that placement, and as we already know, if you get high placement, you're alive longer in the game. That means you can get a lot more kills. So it looks like they just grew their overall point grab, and that's why, as you already mentioned, right now, yeah, they have more points than what they had the entirety of the entire last week.
But we see quite a bit of a change. I mean, it's a really good comeback there from Fate. Nice re-strategizing that we see, you know, based on how they performed last week and how they've prepped themselves coming into this week. But of course, you know, if we look at, for instance, like the amount of kills that they were able to bring in last week, they had a grand total of 21. This week already, they're sitting on 27. That's only after 4 matches. There's 4 more still to go. So, you know, Fate really on a strong starting point, especially in this second week of league play. But then, of course, we also have the players from NASR, who we had last week sitting right up in pole position, and also the team from YaLLa. YaLLa not moving down too much. Last week they ended up in overall in 2nd place for the league play. This week so far they're sitting in 3rd after the first day. So it's going to be interesting to see also how the players then from YaLLa progress through these games today. But also we're going to be keeping an eye on the players there from NASR, also to see whether or not they'll be able to make that comeback and bring that play that we saw coming in from them in just last week's matches.
They were nuts last week. They were able to pull so many points, but let's go ahead and look at some more stats. As we can see here, these are the stats of Fate Esports. We already went on ahead and talked about them a little bit from last week compared to this week, and we can even see the difference in numbers as well compared to both sides. So definitely just overall able to go on ahead, change up their strategy. They were able to fix what they were lacking on in gaining so many points so far. So let's go and take a look at what they have done so far with those changes. Here we go. We can see Lathe now spawning out multiple people, being able to get a ton of kills just from this last few games.
But of course they've definitely, you know, regrouped, re-strategized, and you can see that being pretty evident in just the way that they are approaching these games. I mean, just look at the play coming in here from Fate. Absolutely phenomenal handling of the pressure in that late phase, and so many other potential fights. As you can see, they just went through finding the shots. I mean, be it on Miramar, be it on Sanok, they just stepped up, they brought their A game, and at the end of the day, it really just worked out phenomenally well for them. But of course, today we are heading right back in towards that Miramar Sanok split, but with the lineup being a little bit more Sanok heavy. So of course, once again, that opportunity comes in where the teams have that ability to be a little bit more aggressive, and potentially we could see Fate just capitalizing on the momentum they've built up from yesterday's games. But of course, you know, we were talking about the players from NASR, so we're going to be jumping into the stats just to, once again, to see a bit of a comparison. As you can see, it is a bit of a mix across the board, comparing last week's stats on the right hand side to this week's stats, which we see over on that left hand side. So quite a bit of a difference there, but of course, you know, they still are coming in with a really decent performance.
Yeah, I mean, they were super strong last week. As of now, they're still in 6th place total, and we know that last time they were averaging around 15 points, and now their average is actually 5.3. So there's a huge loss of placement points for them. That also means a little bit less kill points. So I mean, that was one day. I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to turn that back around today, because we know, obviously, that they're capable of gaining it. It's just, let's see if they're going to be able to figure out the equation, basically, to gain those placement points back on Miramar and Sandhawk.
Yeah, because I mean, well, you gotta give it to them. They didn't have a chicken dinner already yesterday. All right, so it's not like they've lost control of the situation. They are still there, just having a little bit more of a challenging time keeping up with the teams. And that, of course, means that, you know, we see the players across the board actually stepping up the way in which they approach this game, taking it to the next level and really putting in the hard work to assess their performance in the previous week as well as in the Super Weekend. And coming into the second week, you can clearly see that these teams are coming in with a mission. They want to be back in that Super Weekend or make it up into the first Super Weekend for themselves.
Definitely, and I mean, yeah. Another team that went on ahead, and they've been actually pretty consistent around the board, is actually GUNZ Esports. As of, you can see their stats here now just based off of their Miramar Sandhawk stuff, but as of last week they were in 6th place, and now starting off today they're in 2nd place as of yesterday. And just looking at the stats from the differences, look at their Sandhawk stats as well. I mean, they do have 2 points less, the average, than last week so far, but nothing notable in terms of a different strat, in terms of kill points or placement points. It just seems like a little less right now. So they're still pretty consistent with what they've been able to grab, and they still have 4 games today to kind of up those numbers.
Of course, as you can see, you know, Sandhawk for them is a little bit more of a damage heavy map where they are able to do a little bit more. We'll find a few more hits, but of course Miramar is the map on which they find a few more confirms on the effort that is being put into the opposing players and the opposing teams. So it's going to be interesting to see as we go through the games here today, just exactly how that will come to fruition and how these teams are going to apply themselves to today's games, because as we've mentioned already, last week we had, let's call it a baseline being set up coming in from the teams. And just the change that we saw in yesterday's games is already such a vast improvement, especially for the teams. You know, we've been talking about Fate now. We've been talking about the players from GUNZ, YaLLa also still there. But also then, we see the players from SUDOR, for instance. You know, this week they're currently sitting after the first day in 4th place. Right, last week they ended off over in 9th place, so again, already a strong start coming in from them, and they're also already almost pretty much on par of their performances at the end of last week's league play. I mean, just this first day, so many teams just coming out of nowhere, stepping it up, and I'm so excited to see what these teams are going to be doing today and just how they're going to try and make their way on through and gain those extra additional points to potentially catapult them back into Super Weekend once again.
Yeah, I mean, I even said at the very beginning, like, I could not wait until we could see how everybody goes on ahead and gets consistent. And it looks like at this point, people are going on ahead and changing our expectations. But also, I hear that we're about to hear a little bit of an interview with one of the players from GUNZ Esports. And again, I'm really interested to see what they have to say. Maybe it'll give us some insight on how they're able to play this game.
اهلا اعزائي المشاهدين، برحب فيكم. طبعا بنرحب في لورد من فريق الفراغ جانز. لورد، برحب فيك في بطوله البي ام بي ال ارابيا. مبدئيا كيف حاسس حالك وانت داخل معنا وعم بتشارك في هاي البطوله؟
والله راح تكون من اقوى البطولات لهذا السنه ان شاء الله، وان شاء الله الجميع يؤدي اداء يعني انه يسوي ريز للكوميونتي العربي باذن الله.
هلا خلينا نرجع للبدايه، كيف بدأت رحلتك ومغامرتك في الببجي موبايل، وايش كانت اول بطوله شاركت فيها؟
والله بدايتي كانت بعيدا عن البطولات، واول بطوله كانت لي ماليزيا PMCO بريليمز اللي صارت بماليزيا، يعني ضد التيمات الاسيويه والتيمات العالميه كلها.
وهلا احكي لي كيف كانت ردة فعل عائلتك واصدقائك لما حكيت لهم انك حتكون مشارك في هاي البطولات؟
والله لما فتحت الموضوع وياهم انه اكو سفر او هيك شيء داخل لعبه بموبايل ما حد صدقني وقالوا انه كذب او هيك سوالف، بس لما سافرت ورحت وشافوني على بثوث وعلى منصه عالميه انه انصدموا الجميع وحاليا الكل يدعمني، كل اهلي وكل اصحابي قاعد يدعموني.
الحين خبرني، هلا بما انك لاعب محترف في الببجي موبايل، ايش هي اهدافك؟
والله أهدافي الوصول للعالمية العليا، يعني مو هذه، أعلى واحدة يعني بالكوميونيتي هذا كله.
هلا شو باعتقادك بتكون نقاط الضعف ونقاط القوة اللي موجودة في فريقك؟
نقاط القوة هن هواية الصراحة، يعني ليش أكذب عليك. أما نقاط الضعف إنه داخل الجيم تجي حالات إنه ما نقدر يعني نتحرك لأي مكان بسبب التيمات أو بسبب الضغط، أو يعني يكون ضغط كلش كبير على التيم. هذا نقطة الضعف الوحيدة اللي صارت لنا.
Well, that is just awesome once again, and it's nice to have a little bit of a behind the scenes look at these teams, and you know, just how they've made it all the way up to here, the kind of process they've gone through, the journey they've been on. And I mean, what was interesting for me from that is where they were asked, where it was asked, you know, what are the weaknesses and the strengths of the team. He said, you know, our strength is this is our hobby. You know, and the weakness is that it's a game. I mean, how amazing is that? I mean, to have this game as your hobby and it also be kind of your career all at the same time.
I mean, it definitely gives you, I feel like it gives you that passion, you know? I mean, it's their passion, it's their hobby, they absolutely love it. It's now become their career, and I mean, that just catapults it into a lot of success, you know? He's able to go on ahead and turn that into something that he wants to do well at, and I think that's honestly what's needed to be able to participate in something at this level.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be interesting once again today. I mean, as we saw now there on the schedule, it is going to be a Sanhok heavy day, as we're going to be going through Sanhok, Miramar, and then finally back on towards Sanhok again for the final match. But we're also going to be seeing the teams sitting out as we alternate through these games. So for the first game, the players there from Group E won't be in the first match. After that, for the second match, Group D will be sitting out, then Group C, then Group D, then Group A. So it's going to be interesting to see definitely how these teams make their way on through. And we're having a nice bit of a mix-up because yesterday we had that more Miramar map heavy. So today, of course, we're going to be going through. And so far, from what we can see, it looks like last week, the players from Group C was the stronger group in general, just based on their performance that we had coming in across the board. So far, it seems like it is pretty much a bit of a neck and neck coming in between the players from Group C and the players there from Group D. But of course, just to get back into who we have in those groups, we've got the players from RTG, the players from Galaxy Racer, Flare Loyal, and the Snipers over in Group A. Over in Group B, of course, we've got the players from YaLLa, we've got Ra'ad, we've got HOTLINE, as well as the players from SCYTES. In C, we've got the players from GUNZ, we've got NASR, we have iKURD, as well as the team there from the Fanatic Zombies. Over in D, we have Fate, Zombies, the Real Tiger 9, we've got the Falcons also there. And then, of course, in Group E, we have the players from Arab, GSG, we've got RICO Infinity, Alpha Legends, and SUDOR. So it's going to be interesting to see the players there from GSG, RICO Infinity, Alpha Legends, and SUDOR sitting out on this first game, as they're not really in the strongest position just yet on the current overall standings. But of course, this is that opportunity for them now to step in and come in the next 4 games that they've got up ahead.
Yep, they do have the opportunity right after this first game. They just got to go play 4 games in a row. And, you know, I kind of wonder if the differences in when they play, like, impacts anything. Like, you know, as the first game off, I could kind of see how things are starting off, or taking a break in the middle, maybe a nice, you know, mental reset. I'm kind of curious, like, which one would you rather have, like, as a player? You know what I mean? But, I mean, they don't have a choice. The groups were randomized. They were all put in a random order. And, yeah, Group E not playing today. I mean, the first game, I'm interested to see some of these players and what they're able to pull out. Especially, there's a few teams also that we didn't even talk about that I want to see change something, because the Super Weekend, there are some teams that did amazingly well in there but haven't really shown up so far in these qualifying matches. So what's the difference? Like, if they're going to be doing well in Super, obviously they need to continue to do well in qualifiers.
Yeah, 100% of course. And now, speaking of that, we are heading into our first match of the day. Straight on in towards that lovely speed flight path, now making its way on over. And you know, the saying goes there, Span, the saying goes is this is born to win. Of course, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series. Of course, we are going to be watching these players get their gamer mode on. But the question I have for you, Span, is how far up on those dials do you think these teams are going to dial in that gamer mode?
Oh, I sure hope high, especially all those teams that are now competing towards that cutoff line. I'm sure that today, on the second day of the qualifying rounds, they're coming in as focused as possible because they know that they need to put everything on the line here to get into the super weekend.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And of course, we've got our lovely zone popping down straight in towards that far southern side of Sanok. And the really strong spread coming in from the teams all across the board. But the teams, of course, that we're going to be looking towards to see what they're going to be doing here today will, of course, be the players from Fate, who, as you can see, of course, they've now pushed up in towards the Chungus Mountains there. So not much of a change, but usually we see them preferring, you know, the region a little bit further down towards the south. So is that a strategic play coming in there from them, mixing things up just a little bit? We'll be finding out soon enough. But I mean, across the board, things look pretty standard when we come to the drop locations that these teams have chosen here today.
Yeah, being super spread out, obviously, maybe they went on ahead, looked at the maps from before, and realized up here is a little bit more spacious. They have a little bit more area to play out of. Meanwhile, we can see that a member from Real Tiger 9, Volt, is actually sharing the same compound with Marshall from RTG Esports. I'm curious to know if they're completely aware of each other's presence, and I'm sure if that has been called out, that their teams are going to be on their heels. But as of right now, it's a 1v1 versus these two players, and they're just trying to loot them up. Nope. It looks like Marshall, he's highly aware, so he's actually going to disengage.
But I think that's a good call from Marshall. I mean, I'm pretty sure that he spotted Volt in the drop in towards that location. As you can see, of course, now Volt venturing a little bit further forward, potentially trying to regroup up with the rest of the team. But as we now move on over, straight onto the side here of the players from the Galaxy Racer, you can see them now making their way over in towards Kampong, looting up, getting themselves ready. And well, hopefully we'll see them rotate up into a strong position in this coming zone.
Just taking a look at where everybody went on ahead and dropped. I mean, as you already said, all of their drop spots are the same ones that they've grabbed so far. But even Falcons, they're one of the furthest teams away from this new zone. Honestly, the majority of these teams are inside of this zone, deciding to choose more of the mainland down on the southern side. So these few teams up here on the north, they're going to have to figure out their loot situation and move into the zone, I mean, shortly. They can't go ahead and make a rotation to anybody in front of them. That would make it very difficult for them. And honestly, the risk of losing somebody on their first rotation is pretty high.
We see the players here from NASR also now dropping in the vicinity of Quarry, just making their way on through. So, you know, we've seen them drop over into Woods Cave in past games as well, moving into that kind of region. But of course, as we look over in towards the boot camp itself, nothing out of the ordinary here for the players from YaLLa. They are right in their comfort zone. So it's going to be interesting to see just how they're going to try and defend against the side here of iKURD, as we've got the players there from iKURD, of course, now positioned just south up on that hill.
Oh.
Also for them, not too much of a change up. They also usually kind of go into this whole trifecta kind of setup that we have. So both these teams are in their comfort zones.
Wow, iKURD, they decided that they chose violence, trying to spot these guys out inside of boot camp. I mean, boot camp, it's a great location to loot out of and a nice place to play inside of, but it's super hard to actually leave boot camp. Everywhere around it is so out in the open that if any of them are to leave, obviously iKURD would see them and be able to take a lot of shots in their direction. Even right now, they're just set up on top of the hill, taking so many shots at YaLLa, and they just kind of have to wait for it to end, or potentially just have to run off to the northern side. But looks like maybe they're a little bit done with the bullying.
But this is also where that map knowledge comes in. You can see the players here from iKURD. They just splitting themselves up potentially on this ridge, just moving in to see if they can spot any other potential teams in the vicinity, as they are pretty aware of the players we have you know, the players there from YaLLa positioned over in towards bootcamp. But of course, I mean, we look over towards the players here from the Falcons as well. You know, they've dropped in towards HOTLINE. Again, that is one of their comfort spots. This is where they know how to move around, where to find the loot, and exactly how to rotate out of that region. But as we now look over in towards the Chungas Mountains, we see the players here from Fate already starting to explore, positioning themselves in a beautiful way in case any of the teams in the vicinity starts to rotate up.
You maybe want to go for a little bit of a hold, potentially. Also not inside zone, but they're kind of looking in that direction. Even here, I mean, we can see that there is a little bit of a team around them, and they're prone out waiting inside the zone as of right now. I mean, this kind of is a waiting game, as we know, on the Sandhawk, especially. If you have a good spot and you're kind of just waiting for people to come towards you now inside zone, you always want to get the jump, but then you also have to be careful because there's so many other teams that could be really close by to you. Sandhawk is definitely a more aggressive style for gameplay.
But I mean, this could still be a really strong map for either of these teams. As we see now the players here from Zombies, I mean, their first show on, they only had one performance on Sandhawk yesterday, as you know, that was kind of just the way we had those splits working out for them. But either way, they still had a fairly decent performance. I mean, they finished in 5th place, and they also managed to bring in 7 kills. So there is a little bit of hope there for them. But of course, also looking over towards the players here from RTG, you know, they've also had a strong showing in yesterday's games. Not the most insane amount of kills, but I have to say though, in I'm hoping to see a little bit stronger performance coming in, just a little bit more points distribution coming in from RTG, because I mean, yesterday they finished up on a grand total of 14 kills.
That's definitely a little bit lower than the rest of the teams above them in terms of kill points. So it looks like, I mean, we've already identified that some of these teams are stronger in either one or the other, placement or kill points. And I want to see them be able to go ahead and flip it around. Meanwhile, there are some teams that are actually really consistent in them as well, but it's kind of just identifying the weakness, figuring out how you can fix it. And we've already seen some people figuring it out and changing it. So, I mean, as games go on, we can see what becomes more consistent. And it looks like we're starting a little bit of a firefight between NASR and HOTLINE Esports down here on the southern side of Cave, just a back and forth as of right now.
But what's also interesting is, like, NASR, you know, as I mentioned before, they sometimes drop in this exact region, so they know these hills. They know how to rotate on through. They know which is one of the best approaches to potentially sneak up on the side there of HOTLINE. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how these two teams are going to be going at that, because, I mean, NASR, they could potentially still clutch this one out. They could make this terrain work for them and find their way on up. I mean, if we look over towards HOTLINE, they're not sitting in the most ideal spot just yet. So this could also, for them, be a very important fight.
The only thing that worries me, though, is that in their spot, that hill is really well liked. So many locations could go ahead and make a push up towards them. People from Painan can make a rotation over there. Charlie, Quarry. So up on top of that hill, like, multiple teams could come up from behind them in multiple angles. So while they're looking towards HOTLINE, seeing if they could get any knocks over there, they still have to be super aware of the people coming up from behind them. And honestly, because those hills are so sheer, it can be difficult to identify people making a move over there. As of right now, though, they should be fine. We can even see that on this overall map. No one is near them just yet, but there still is the team inside of Painan, and I'm curious to see if they're going to make a move. I don't think that anyone's going to move and choose left or right of the circle until the next zone pops.
And of course, with that zone pop, we can see there, I mean, again, not a super aggressive shift coming in from the zone. So the teams have that opportunity now to try and improve their positioning. And if they are satisfied with where they currently are, they can, of course, also try and set up and try and fortify the angle just a little while longer. But in the meantime, we see the players here, of course, now from RTG and Real Tiger 9, both now starting to venture a little bit further forward in towards that zone. But RTG spotting out the players from Real Tiger 9 as they now move up. And we could maybe see those shots come in between these two teams, as Paradise is sometimes quite an interesting position for teams to fight in.
Yeah, there's a lot of rocks, obviously, as you know, a bunch of dips, really difficult to go ahead and spot each other out. And Painan, this is so far smack dab in the center of this zone, and it looks like iKURD kind of wanted to go get a piece of it. Now, sneaking in on this northern side, Zombies are very much aware that they have visitors in their drop. and we might see a little bit of a fight breaking out soon. Painan is big enough to have multiple teams kind of be spread out here, though. It's just a matter of whether or not they want to protect this spot. Obviously, we can see that they can't go far because their odd is also down to their southern side. There's actually potential maybe they'll want to come get involved as well if they really want those kill points.
But I'm really liking the positioning that we saw coming in there from Ra'ad, just down in towards the south, but now jumping back over in it towards Real Tiger. You can see those shots finding their way in it to the side of Chapo there, of course. RTG, the rest of the squad up on the hill, just trying to stay out of harm's way as Jigsaw is relentless in his efforts to try and find the shots. Flame now having a few hits coming up in his direction, but fortunately having this lovely boulder to hide behind. But now the team there from YaLLa, they hear the shots, they are intrigued, and you could maybe see that third party coming in towards them.
Honestly, it's not looking too good for RTG. Real Tiger 9, they need to push in this direction anyway, so they've done the damage. They're going to start pushing anyway. They have more HP than RTG. This could be looking good, and he's already, as you can see, prepping some util. You're right about YaLLa as well, kind of looming in the distance. If they hear this pop off, they might come and get involved, but oh, surprise! It starts off with a nade, getting a knock into one. We can see the other one trying to disengage, but of course, Surprise is pushing.
Oh, and Senkei now just running it down the hill, trying to get ahead of the carnage that could follow up here by the side there, of course, from the Real Tiger 9 team. But Senkei now making a quick run, trying to wrap around, and of course, surprise, finds the shot straight into the end there, and down they go. RTG, the first team back into the lobby, but now we jump up into the fight here with NASR and the players, of course, from the Galaxy Racer. And once again, we see a very nice spread coming out from NASR. The players there from Galaxy Racer, they're caught on the edge of that quarry angle. This could be a really difficult point for them to fight from, as NASR has, in my opinion, a little bit of a stronger angle on them.
You know, with that height advantage, definitely something to look forward to. I mean, even as we can see, Galaxy Racer actually stuck down in quarry as well. Whenever there's this huge differential in terrain, I mean, it's just difficult to go on ahead and figure out where to go. I mean, all of NASR are going to be able to see exactly where Galaxy Racer are making a move. They're even kind of stuck for the team directly beside them as well. SCYTES also above them. It's going to be a tiny bit difficult for them to be able to make it out of this water. But as we're going to see here, they're going to have to, because this zone went ahead hard shifted down to the southern side, and the majority of the land is actually on the western side, that western island.
And it's going to be interesting play, especially here for the players from SCYTES. So you can see now they move up. They've got that awareness of the team just stuck in the bowl there of quarry, that of course being the players there from Galaxy Racer. But now also Flare Loyal, they can hear the shots. They're also starting to venture up. So this is going to be such a difficult position, especially now for the players from Galaxy Racer to get out of, as we've got NASR on the one side, and of course, Ghost here from SCYTES. He's finding a few shots, a few cheeky taps into the side of them. And of course, they are now getting distracted by them, of course, referring to the players here from Galaxy Racer, as this is a really, really tough position to fight from. And I don't think this is where you want to be.
No, not at all. You see the NASR, they're interested as well. So Galaxy Racer, they're going to have sights. NASR shooting down on them from both directions. There's really nowhere for them to go. But of course, both these teams are going to stay there because these are points. They're completely stuck. They want them. You see NASR actually doing a ton of damage. And with that, that last one is actually going to go down to NASR. Galaxy Racer, a next team eliminated inside of our first game.
I mean, that was a really tough play there for them either way, but well done though. I mean, you see NASR and SCYTES now getting ready. NASR just moving on to the edge of that zone. The players there from Loyal now also just moving up into the distance. So it's going to be interesting to see how SCYTES are going to make it through that play there. But now jumping straight back in towards Painan, we can see the players here from Zombies putting the herd into the side of iKURD. And iKURD now only down to 2 remaining players. As we can see, oh, they're not getting rushed. Here we go, into this play, and Break now just holding out the window, sends that quick util up, trying to find that damage. But of course now Zamco gets knocked out in the process. Break steps on in and seals the deal. Down goes iKURD right back into the lobby, and a few easy points here for the side of the Zombies.
That fight was inevitable, and it looked like iKURD, they're the ones that had to push further to the south with the new zone got in that fight. And I mean, Zombies were there first, so they're the ones that come out on top. But of course, I mean, the fighting continuing to happen everywhere. We saw HOTLINE Esports on top of Cave last time we went ahead and spectated them. It looks like they're still there, and now actually they're taking the position to hold out loyal on that eastern side. We can see two of them trying to figure out how they're going to cross this terrain, cross the road potentially as well, and already taking blue damage. But if they go south, HOTLINE is there. If they go north, SCYTES is there.
Oh, it's going to be tough, but either way, HOTLINE, they are still just trying to find as many hits as they can. They see the movement coming in, but now as we jump over to Arthur here, you can see the players from Loyal. They are in the blue zone, only sitting on 2 remaining players. So whichever play they go for, it is going to be quite challenging, and they also have to be super careful because this is down to the wire. One false move here could be the end of the team.
Yep, they're going to be making a far northern rotation, and honestly, that's their best move as of right now. They know where HOTLINE is holding them out, and even the zone popping even further down to the southern side around Camp Charlie. A lot of these teams are going to have to start making a move, but it looks like, speaking of holding out, HOTLINE attempting to do that to those last 2 members. It looks like YaLLa Esports might also be held out by NASR Esports as well. I mean, this is the time where the zone is getting so small. If you know that it's difficult to get into the next one, you kind of have to make a decision like, you know what, let's just stay here, see if we can get these kills. And if we do, then we can focus on continuing to move on. So I think that's exactly what's happening here. They've realized it's going to be difficult, so why not just pick up some kill points?
But of course, I mean, you can see Chico here just lying in wait, waiting to see what play YaLLa is going to make. And of course, they use a quick breakaway as they rotate off in a nice 2-2. Now stepping in to bounce on that, finds the first shot into the side there of Bandar, making that rotation for YaLLa now a little bit more challenging as they are losing numbers. But of course, they run into the side of Real Tiger. Oh, that is not where you want to go as Yamas now gets hit, and Ida also just bleeding out right in front of them. Of course, quick confirm coming in there, as you can see Eagle finding those hits. Sorry, that was Volt getting the shots in. But this is a really interesting rotations coming in from these teams now, as everyone in towards that zone. And you can also see the players here from NASR now making that rotation as they come in from the north. But of course, Fate is also still right here in the vicinity, so things could maybe start lighting up. And in fact, it does, so much so that NASR's vehicle gets blown up.
I think any kind of huge rotation on Sandhawk in this zone is very difficult. I mean, exactly what happened for just then happened. So many teams are still there trying to get into zone. You kind of have to wait for blue zone to be pushing with you, or you kind of just have to chain fight into this next zone. Just from the sheer amount of people that are still alive and how small the zone is, there's not too much territory to be able to play out of. So we saw 2 teams attempting a huge rotation without too much knowledge of what's in front of them with vehicles, and it went on ahead and took both those teams out.
I mean, Falcons now just huddled up on the side here. Fate right up ahead of them. Both teams want to try and get these last few points. They also are fighting out in the blue zone. But fortunately for Falcons, only one of their players are out in the blue, distracting the rest of the Fate team. So this is actually a very, very clever play coming in from the side of Falcons here, forcing the players from Fate to stay in that blue zone, take that damage. But also now, Fate, they've got one up on them. As you can see, Ragnarok also being the only player from Fate holding up here.
And we can see that the zone once again hard shifting down. This is going to be a Camp Charlie ending. Ooh, and so many of these guys trying to figure out a place to play. Oh my goodness! No, Rana almost ended up nading themselves trying to toss a nade, and it hit the top of the bridge there. Definitely have to be careful, especially they actually have a pretty strong position from on top of this bridge. Everybody has to go to Charlie. They could potentially pick up 2 teams' amounts of kills.
And of course, on Sanoff positioning is absolute key. As you can see, Delhop now just on the back of the truck. The rest of the squad here from Real Tiger 9 also just held up a little bit on the opposite end of that bridge. But now they all still need to try and push across, and Ra'ad could really capitalize on this. As you can see, the players here from Real Tiger now trying to figure out how best to make this play to get those shots into the side of the players there from HOTLINE, but also at the same time trying to push on over. Also, man, they are starting to suffer those hits, starting to suffer those casualties, as we see Jigsaw now succumbing to the injuries with Falcon getting hit. But now, The players here from Ra'ad stepping in. Oh, just welcoming Real Tiger as they try to push on over. Really well-placed positioning coming in here from Delhop.
He has to be careful now, though. We can see that Rahad, they actually did a little bit of a 2-2 split. The other two members holding inside zone actually were taken down. So it's really just down to him on top of this bridge. And he's being surrounded. So many more people are making their way across this bridge. Oh, but with that last spray, Delhop being able to take out Flare. Loyal team. Oh, and of course, the fighting continues. There's so many people that are having to move in on this northwestern side that it's fight after fight. That Rahad is even taken down from the bridge as well. But GUNZ Esports versus Zombies here up in the northwestern side.
We're seeing so many teams all now dropping down, the numbers quickly falling, and with that, of course, we get to the end of a Real Tiger 9 as we see the team now, Eagle there, succumbing it to the blue zone. But 4 teams remain. We've got the players there from Fnatic. We have the snipers. We have the players also just up ahead of them being GUNZ, as well as Real Tiger 9. So 4 teams left to battle out for that chicken dinner. And so far, we see a really strong positioning, though, on the side there of snipers. If they move in a little bit further, they could really fortify that angle, as we've got so many teams, rather, that being the players here from GUNZ, and I believe also the Zombies that are still trying to push further in towards that zone.
Nice rotation actually coming out from one of those members. Hamadi already taking a buggy and making a move. The other 2 from GUNZ actually trying to do the same thing, but let's see if Fanatic Zombies will be able to get any. Oh, unfortunately not being able to, but it does look like somebody goes down from some sort of fall damage. GUNZ Esports making that rotation, able to make it just inside. It seems like it's just down to Hamadi. The other members seem to have at least one knocked. So they're inside of the buildings exactly where they need to be. Unfortunately, they're split, and it's really snipers. They have a huge spread here where if they identify where all of these solos are, where everybody's separated, they could definitely capitalize. What is that? It also looks like somebody has he's ready with that scythe.
Yeah, Marco's got that stealth mode engaged. Now Modi now finding this beautiful place nades into the side there of Klabj, as we see the teams now getting closer and closer. They're really now starting to push through these compound fights, and of course we see snipers sending up, trying to find that angle. We see the Zombies now. Saleh, our MVP, coming in with a really interesting angle. Will he be able to find that shot up in towards Marco, though? No, Marco seals the deal. Down goes the Zombies. 3 teams left to battle it out, as you can see. Of course, now, players there from the snipers sitting on 3 remaining. We got Zaid, we've got Marco, and then of course Amir making their way on through up against the side here of the players from GUNZ. So it's going to be interesting to see definitely how they're going to try and push through this one, as we have the players there from Fanatics also moving in. So many grenades not just getting sent all over the place, and a lot of these players are really close and personal. As you can see, Amadi now just trying to send up that nade, trying to find a little bit of damage before pushing out of the compound. But we have a nice clumping over to the side there as well. But Zaid, he's just waiting, trying to place that nade into the side there of the Fanatic Zombies.
It's at this point where Fanatic Zombies definitely have one of the nicer positions, getting a little bit more centered. Meanwhile, GUNZ Esports and Sniper, they're kind of directly on top of each other. They're the teams that have actually been trading util back and forth, seeing if they can catch anybody out. And I mean, it's been working so far, able to get some knocks with these nades. But of course, there's still a few more people, and it looks like, Zaid needs to be a little bit careful. There's 2 people on his building, and he's trying to do his best using his util and his gun to hold them off. But even being said, it looks like that Molotov is going to catch him out by roof, and he goes down.
What a well-placed molly that was, and indeed now. The players here from GUNZ still sitting on 3 players strong, so they do have that numbers advantage. They are looking very, very decent. And of course, looking over towards Fnatic, one of their players now just succumbing it to the zone off in the distance there, and down he goes. But it is now up to Boyka and Mexico as they push a little bit further forward. You can see another knock coming in on, well, of course, that knock about to get raised up, rather, for the side there of GUNZ. But Fanatic Zombies also just lurking around, waiting to see. With that, we see the players from the snipers getting taken out. So it is now a 3v2 battle. 2 players on the side of the Fanatic Zombies, and of course, Mexico. They tries to find the damage into Rauf, but will he be able to close it up, as they are really spread out so thinly in the zone?
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah, especially with that next nade coming in from Raouf. This is not looking good for the zombies, but it looks like they're going to try their best. One is super low, trying to take him down, but of course the jump in from above, that is going to seal the deal, and it looks like our first game is going over towards GUNZ.
what a play that was. I mean, GUNZ coming in with such a strong finish in that one beautiful jump shot, and they just ambushed. You know, they just moved in onto the Fanatic Zombies there, just making it so difficult for them to hold their own. But well done, well played, and of course, we're going to be coming back with a breakdown of this match right after a short break, so stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Week 2. Of course, we're in our second day of league play. So we just came back from a really interesting finish in that zone where we saw the players there from GUNZ coming and clutching out a beautiful finish. And of course, doing so with 9 kills to their name. So what a fantastic way it was for them to end off that match.
It looks like they are definitely deciding to go on ahead and continue to be consistent, as we were talking about earlier, doing really well in our first game of today. And I'm interested to see where that's going to go on ahead and launch them on the leaderboard. I mean, that was just an amazing play coming out of them, especially at the end when it was coming so close. Really nice rotations and everything coming out of them.
Yeah, and of course, you know what's also pretty nice is, of course, one of our, well, we got to mention our sponsor, you know, one of the sponsors that we've got, and that, of course, is Nomo TV, the official media partner for PUBG Mobile Pro League National Cup campus championship in 2021. So big shout out, of course, going towards them. But of course, now we want to get into those match stats to see where the teams are and just how they performed in this previous match. And of course, looking at the rankings there, you can see the players from GUNZ clutching this match out on 24 total points and a nice strong finish there on 9 kill points. Of course, the players there from Real Tiger finishing up in second place on 18 total points and a 12 kill game for them. Of course, then the players there from Zombies Esports finishing in third on 16 total points. Of course, 8 of that being kill points, the other 8 being their placement points. Zombies finished the game, in the match rather, in second place, comes into the rankings there, as you can see, on 15 total points in fourth place. So really interesting spread as we now move into the second half.
Yeah, SCYTES in ninth with a total of 3, actually tied with NASR Esports. With the other two teams that we were, highlighting earlier on, NASR Esports and Fate, they ended up finding themselves on the second half of the leaderboard. 3 points for NASR, 2 points for Fate. And honestly, we were talking about how we're definitely keeping an eye on them. So far, it seems like this first match with all those shifts were a little bit more on the difficult side for them in their original positioning. Both of them, as we know, weren't really inside the first zone for Fate, and then it just a little bit harder to continue on.
But of course, in the next one, we're going to be moving up in towards Miramar to see how the teams are going to fare over there. But before we get into that, we of course have highlights from the previous match, just to point out some of the interesting plays that we had in the previous game. And of course, you can see starting the match off right here, the players from iKURD, they were just positioned so well up above the team there from YaLLa. And so many interesting plays came in as the teams just found themselves in really trying positions.
Especially with all these southern zone shifts, it's very difficult to get everybody to go on ahead and run down there. So a lot of these teams had to go on ahead and just rotate and gun the entire time, even trying to protect, as we can see here, the territory that they previously had, while other teams struggling to now get inside. It was really just a game of holding yourself out and just running and chain fighting, which is honestly the definition of Sandhawk, I feel like. And especially here, this was really a different moment for YaLLa and NASR, both of them trying to go for big vehicle rotations that, as we know, didn't really work out for either of these teams, while everybody else trying to go on foot, getting stuck at that bridge, also had a really difficult time. So I do think these zones pulling down to Camp Charlie really were just really difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really trying angle for a lot of these teams. You can see we had a lot of blue zone fighting as well, especially up in towards the north eastern side of the zone, coming in on towards that island a little bit further down in towards the southern reaches. And of course, the bridges were so heavily occupied, but a beautiful play from Ra'ad, managing it to find the vantage points, finding those angles. But as we of course then move into Camp Charlie, this is where we saw all these grenades, all the utils coming out, and that really insane positional play from the teams. Yeah, so we had the players from Snipers, we had GUNZ, we had Zombies, everyone just crammed into this compound.
And Raouf, he honestly, how many knocks did he get with the nades in this little area? He was actually popping off with being able to go and find those. We even saw one where he bounced it off the wall and it went up right there. That was really well played by them, especially at the end. I mean, you got to use that util when you know you got to use it. You don't want to go and push into buildings blindly. Why not just clear it with a nade? So...
Yeah, I mean, of course, and that is something we see quite a lot in this region, is the teams are not scared using those utils, and they really utilize them to quite an extent, and of course that makes for some really interesting play. And moving into Miramar, that is exactly where, you know, a strong utility hand kind of can be quite favorable for the teams, as they don't always get into that. But of course, you know, we've got some more stats to go in, as we were talking about the players there from Zombies, as well as the team from Real Tiger 9. As you can see, the Fanatic Zombies and Real Tiger 9, both teams, we have those stats coming in from the previous match. And of course, a nice split up with the amount of damage. But look how heavy Real Tiger was, though, on the kills. 12 kills in that previous game.
Definitely went on ahead and got them a ton of points. They were very successful with a lot of their chain fighting. I mean, 12 kills, being able to pick up that money, and I mean, not getting in top first place as well. That's definitely a good start to go on ahead and launch themselves, and we could even see that they're inconsistent in a lot of other areas as well. So definitely a well-played game for them so far, and I'm sure that they're actually looking forward to the rest of these games. Starting off with a good game definitely goes on ahead and sets you up for the rest.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting looking at the spread of these stats as we progress on through, just to see kind of how the teams weigh up against each other, just based on how the match went. But what I'm interested to see now is as we make our way in towards Miramar. Yesterday, they had a lot of games to play on Miramar and kind of get themselves used to the flow. Whereas today, it's more Sandhawk. So do you think that is going to have any impact on the performances of the teams here today?
The only thing I can think of is that since Sandhawk is so, you know, aggressive, kill heavy, I mean, it's really just that mindset, you know, switching back between Miramar and Sandhawk. Miramar is definitely, since it's bigger and more spread out and you don't have as many covered areas, it's much different to play than Sandhawk. You kind of want to take your time in Miramar. You have those little areas you can definitely play out of. Everybody can kind of be up on top of each other without taking the fight. But Sandhawk, it is so covered. It's much too small. There's so many fights that it might be a little difficult going back and forth with these teams. They've played these maps over and over again at this point, that they should be ready no matter what map ends up popping up. So there's a huge difference between the maps, but I don't know if that's going to go on ahead and change any sort of their mentality in this situation.
But one thing that's not really too different between the two maps is, of course, that opportunity for third parties, right? Sandhawk, as we've seen now, is super aggressive. You normally see the person who's going to third party you, in, you know, pointing his gun kind of at you because he's right there. He's been snaking, waiting for you to come in. As you look at Miramar, that's where we potentially sometimes see a little bit more of a ranged assault. You know, it is quite open, and there's so many angles also for these teams to hide in that you can get hit by a bolt action or even just a beautiful AR spread at any moment. So it's quite tough, but strangely enough, these two maps do share some similarities between them.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, just knowing that, and I mean, since it's going back and forth and we're missing out on Erangel, I mean, luckily they'll be able to go on ahead and do that. I mean, and yeah, I mean, just seeing what they're going to be able to pull out of today. I mean, they were on these same maps yesterday as well, as we know, and we were able to see what they were able to pull off there. Now that they're kind of, again, getting into that mindset, getting used to it, realizing how everybody else is going to play it, today is kind of setting them up for even more of that success that we can see on those maps.
But what I'm also curious to look at is, you know, in yesterday's games, we had some really, really kill-heavy games coming from that. I mean, if we look to our first game that we had yesterday, which was, of course, on Miramar itself, you know, such a strong performance coming in from Fate. And that is where Fate kind of got that ball rolling for them. They finished off first place, 15 kills coming in that first match. So do you think we're going to be seeing another play like that coming in from Fate's side? Or do you maybe think that this is where we could maybe see one of the teams just a little bit further down on that leaderboard, taking that opportunity now to try and move themselves up the overall standings?
You know, there's so many things that could go into having a great game. You need to, you know, have that fire inside of you, like I mentioned before. We're not going to go on ahead and not qualify for this super weekend kind of fire. There's the, I mean, just the zones as well that could definitely help out in your positioning, where everything pops, your rotations, and all the team fights that you decide to take. There's just so many things inside of PUBG that could happen. One small decision that could go on ahead and change the entire rest of the game for you, that I honestly am not sure how to answer that question. There's definitely a high chance that we could go on ahead and see Fate continue to have the ball rolling. I mean, they had such a great set of games yesterday that they could be feeling it. They could be, you know, being hyped up and continue to roll the ball. But like I said, I mean, those guys closer to the bottom realizing like, oh my goodness, we might not qualify for this. We're going to go on ahead and literally do everything in our power to gain more points. They could go on ahead and continue to, they could go and roll the lobby. So there's really two ways to go on ahead and look at it. Two different powerful mentalities that could go and sway these guys.
Because I'm looking at what we've got now, right? So for this game, we're not going to be seeing the players from Group D playing. So that means Fate, Zombies, Real Tiger 9, and the players from FalconsEsport. They'll be sitting out for this first visit to Miramar for today. So I'm waiting to see how the teams are going to be dropping down, because we've got a few teams that like to frequent San Martin. We've got a few teams. So the teams that I'm referring to there is the players from RTG and, of course, the players from YaLLa. But both of these teams also have alternate drop spots that they go for. RTG sometimes pushes into Monte Nuevo. And, of course, the players from YaLLa sometimes go to La Dralera. But then another team that we see also liking to move in a kind of vicinity similar to that is also the players there from Infinity. A really wide coverage that we're coming in with the teams, but of course then NASR, they are going into La Bendita. So do you think we're going to be seeing any teams potentially trying to venture out of their comfort zone, testing some of the opposing teams, knowing where they drop? Do you think they're going to start challenging them on that?
I think when any time it kind of comes closer towards the ends of a set of games for qualifiers, that we do see a little bit more either aggression or more passive play. So in this situation, now that they kind of feel each other out a little bit more, I wouldn't be surprised if we see more aggression. And we're about to see it start soon because the plane is already moving. Let's go ahead and jump into our first game of Miramar today.
Oh, yes. Here we are. First Miramar of the day. And of course, as we know by now, born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series. And I am loving this flight path that we see coming in from the southwest all the way up in towards that northeastern side, right in towards Campo Militar.
A little bit more eastern plane path. Anybody that has something over on the western side obviously can't go ahead and reach it, may be able to grab vehicles and make a rotation over there, but still a nice plane path that gives a lot of choices for these teams to jump out of. As you mentioned, a bunch of places that people choose previously where their drops are. I mean, a lot of them are actually still pretty good, so everybody should be able to spread out, and I'm kind of curious where this first zone is going to go, because as we know, they like going anywhere, honestly, on this first drop.
It's going to be interesting. It is going to be interesting. And of course, so many players already now starting to venture out, moving into their drop locations. But this is where we now see where these teams really chose to go into. As you can see, the players there from Ra'ad, of course, dropping down onto that island down there towards prison. And normally we see them pushing up all the way up into the north. So it's kind of understanding. It's kind of like, I understand it, you know, seeing that the flight path was a little bit more out of reach for them, they opted to move in towards that prison position. But now, looking at the rest of the teams, this is where things could potentially start getting a little bit more interesting. And I'm hoping to see if anyone's going to try and push up into, I don't know, potentially one of the opposing teams. Because, I mean, looking at La Bendita, things look pretty tough, pretty heated over there with a few teams already in the vicinity.
Even just the center. Look around water treatment. There's just so many teams directly above water treatment around that San Martin area that we already had and mentioned. You see multiple teams here, YaLLa and Frag. They're directly on top of each other in San Martin. So there's just a huge contention already. They're not even side zone. Maybe they're trying to make a rotation to get somewhere else because of it. But I mean, definitely not a good way to go ahead and start up. Oh, a little bit of a crash coming in from one of the members of YaLLa as well. It's at this point, you need to go ahead, loot up, get away from everybody, and get into the next zone. It does look like luckily they were able to leave, so they will be able to peacefully do so for right now, but they're so close to each other and they're starting to loot at the same time. They could potentially leave at the same time in the same direction, which could cause some casualties, some conflict.
But I mean, I'm expecting to see an interesting play coming in between YaLLa and the players there from Snipers. That is, that both these teams like to drop in towards San Martin. But now, jumping over in towards RICO Infinity, also, nothing out of the ordinary here for them. They've dropped into Monte Nuevo. This is also, you know, this is their home turf. They know this region. They know how to rotate through this. You can see NASR, of course, just exploring a little bit further, seeing what loot lies on the outskirts of the region here. But I'm waiting to see if we'll have any teams coming in with a play that that is not standard for them.
Potentially. I mean, we already went ahead and touched on the subject of, since there are so many teams down there at the bottom that might not go on ahead and qualify, some teams that, you know, didn't qualify the first time, some of which who did qualify the first time that obviously want to go on ahead and go back. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some hard choices for them, I guess we'll say. They want to go on ahead and grab those points, and it could come in the form of aggression. If they know, oh, we know this team at this point likes making a rotation this certain way, let's go and camp that road. And examples like that. There's definitely now coming to these last few games where that is prevalent. It does in fact happen. If they were able to go and study what each other do, they could take advantage of it. And we haven't seen a stark example of it yet, I don't think, like us going on ahead and watching. But there is the obvious chance of it happening soon. And I feel like as the tournament goes on, as the league goes on, they might realize how important these Super Weekends are and how they're able to go and capitalize on each other and take advantage of those situations. And I'm hoping to see one in today's set of games from the teams that are currently in the bottom.
I agree with you on that, but it's as we now watch all the players going through, getting their loot on, getting themselves set up for these coming phases. I mean, one of the teams, again, dropping right in their comfort spot here is the players from Alpha Legends, straight in towards Al Azhar. They also know this region, they know how to move through. So across the board, we're seeing a lot of standard procedure when it comes to the drops. So I'm curious to see now what's going to happen as we move into the second phase. Because we have the blue zone starting to close on up now. We haven't seen any challenging plays just yet. And I'm expecting to see things starting to heat up as we get closer to that third phase, closing towards the fourth phase.
I mean, at that point, hopefully everybody will be inside zone. You know, at this point, there's so many people that are outside. I'm not quite sure how to take, or I guess guess what's going to happen in those later ones. I'm right now even just waiting. I'm wondering who exactly is going to make it inside this next zone, because actually we've been going on ahead and looking at all the teams that are currently the furthest distance away from this first zone. A bunch of teams already on the edges of it that could potentially be holding them out if they don't make a move. So some of these teams might not even make it their first rotation, let alone being able to make it through the rest of them. But I mean, we're officially a little bit further into the game. We can already see some people making their first moves to try and find something that they want to play out of.
Now we see the players here from Arab GSG, of course, not just rotating out of that water treatment region. Of course, again, not a super aggressive move through, just exploring, you know, what is around them. But of course, now we see they are venturing a little bit closer. Some are just turning around right there in front of the players there from the snipers. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Osama will be able to get away. But I'm liking that rotation. He just pulled them out a little bit further just to stick their heads out. So we could see those shots come through now from Arab GSG.
Nice pullback from them. He was trying to go on ahead and run over here to get some loot, but his teammates clearly were looking over for him, holding that a little bit further away position. We're able to call out that, hey, there's someone standing up on the hill above you. Don't go up there. Come on back. So nice save for their teammates. At least you know your teammates has your back in those situations. But now snipers, they're now leaving because as we know, they're not inside zone. So they didn't get the free kill point, so they're just going to leave.
Yep, and of course, this is going to be quite interesting as we move on through. I mean, 16 teams still in play. Now jumping over towards the players here from the Galaxy Races. Also, just out here, kind of in the middle of nowhere. You can see them a little bit further down towards the south of the map, dropping down over to what seems to be La Drillera, maybe, possibly. Or even, this could be... just what's it called? Man, I forgot the name now, but I know they down in the southeastern side there of the map. I forgot the name, but here we go now. The players also from HOTLINE making their way on in, and we saw a few more teams not too far away. We've got Picardo just up ahead from these teams as well. So I'm interested to see if we have anyone currently positioned over in Picardo. In fact, rather just to see what the zone looks like with all these teams scattered throughout.
Well, I mean, grabbing vehicles, starting to make their rotations. I believe that they're on the hill directly below to the southeastern side of of Chumasera, by the way, up on top of that hill. But yeah, as all of the rest of these teams, since they're the furthest away, we can see snipers actually taking their time, stopping on top of all the hills. A few checkpoints to stop scouts, see who's in front of them. They can actually see teams making a move in front of them. So they're going to go ahead, wait a little bit, come in a little bit slower behind them, don't go in that exact direction, and so on. You don't want to go ahead and just continue to blind send it into this next zone. But now that they have a little bit more awareness of where the zone is, and now that the zone's shifted, it actually set it up pretty nicely on this land, they could go on ahead and commit to attempting to find a place to play out of.
And this is the interesting zone. We've seen the zone in previous Miramar games as well. I mean, especially coming with that road cutting straight through the middle of the zone. It's going to be interesting to see just where these teams are going to try and take up occupation of. We see the players here from YaLLa, of course, now starting to rotate away there from the power grid, making their way a little bit further down in towards a stronger angle on top of this hill. But if they can move up onto this mountainous region right there in front of them, the hilltop, if we can call it that, I mean, they would be able to see quite far around them. So the players here from the snipers, they are positioned over in towards power grid itself. And then we could maybe still see a few cheeky, sneaky shots coming in from them over towards YaLLa.
If they're able to spot them out, definitely. If they're able to make a little bit move closer, definitely. I mean, at this point, I mean, there's a chance that they could pull over towards them, play the dip, hold YaLLa out. But they have such a nice position in their inside zone, they might just go on ahead and wait it out. They don't have to make a move just yet. And since they're kind of in a sensitive spots, they're currently in 10th place. I don't know if they'd want to go on ahead and do something drastic. But if they do identify that GSG is directly beside them, they might pull on over here. We can already see all the little carrots on the mini-map actually looking in this direction. They probably hear the bullets flying towards each other, towards RTG. They could just toss a singular nade.
They very well could. But, I mean, it's a nice huddle up that we see there from GSG, positioned down over towards that southwestern side. Have the, of course, now rotating in, that being the players there from HOTLINE. So I'm curious to see just how GSG is going to try and rotate out of this one. I mean, because so from what we can see, it looks like they're choosing a little bit of a tough rotation, trying to avoid the players there from RTG, but snipers just bouncing on that opportunity. And of course, putting that knock into, you know, already one of the players there from GSG, Mr. FA.
Oh, and it looks like that res is not going to come through. Zaid going to go and flush him out. We can see RTG, yeah, both of these teams shooting them off. Luckily, they found themselves a little bit of an area where they can make a rotation through, but oh no, the wipeout, that's definitely not what they want to have happen. I think that RTG can actually see them from up there, but luckily only one bullet hitting them. They're going to be able to continue to rotate down to the southern side. Oh, but this is the fight that we were wondering about. Sniper definitely spotting out YaLLa, kind of pestering them from afar.
Yeah, Zaid stepping in, finding Ida right there out in the open. Powerful now using the opportunity to just trying to relocate. And I think this is an interesting play coming in from Powerful. Trying to just wrap around, come in behind the enemies. Find that angle to just assist the team in clearing that region that they have. But of course now you can see the rest of the YaLLa squad, they're just holding on to this compound. They don't want to move out. They haven't received the go-ahead, the clear just yet. But, I mean, the snipers, they're just playing this absolutely phenomenally well. Zaid, he's just relentless in his efforts there with his Mini 14.
The only thing I'm worried about is if the zone doesn't go towards them, they're going to have a really rough rotation out of here. Oh my goodness. And it looks like they're not going to have to actually worry about it because the zone is actually going to hard shift up to the northern side. They were in power grid. They're completely surrounded and they don't have to move a muscle. They can continue to stay here.
This is going to be an interesting rotation for a lot of those teams coming in from the south, especially with the players there from RTG, YaLLa, all positioned down in a more southerly angle. I mean, so many of those teams that we see having to rotate up from the south, they could very well be running into the side of RTG and YaLLa, trying to find an angle in that zone.
I mean, hard shifts, they're always, obviously, very difficult to go on ahead and figure out. Everybody usually instantly grabs their cars, starts making one of those extreme rotations around the slow sides of the moving circle. We see Rod actually going on ahead doing that on the western side, just trying to find a spot inside zone, since the majority of people tend to go and center up on maps. So they try to go for those really long rotates to get to the other side of zone, hoping that there's nobody up there. As we already know, there's actually a ton of people up on the complete opposite side of zone. That's the power grid area. So these teams, as they're making their rotations, they're going to have to worry about, honestly, not quite being able to find a place to play. There's already so many places that are taken, but too many teams trying to go and take it. And we can even see that at this point, some teams have just decided to commit to grabbing those points. Flare Loyal team and SUDOR Esports, both all the way down on this southeastern side, are just deciding to go for a firefight.
And it is quite a far eastern reach for them, but of course now Saif just steps up with the shots, finds the hits in it towards NASA. I believe that was on the side of Lost. But it's a really difficult angle here for Loyal to play. I mean, they split up at the current moment. They need to try and find their best approach in, and Arthur trying to provide that extra bit of cover fire while NASA recovers health. But Safe is still relentless. He is trying to just pick them off. In fact, the whole squad from SUDOR, as you can see them just lined up on the edge of that ridge. But this is a decent call on the side here of Flare. They've decided to rather send 2 players up, try to see if they can rotate in towards zone. But blue zone is moving in, and they are so far away from the zone.
They know that they just need to get out of here, so they're trying to grab their vehicle and make some sort of a rotation. But you can see that their vehicle is actually really hurt. They want to make the rotation, but they don't want to go on ahead and continue to go, or SUDOR is just going to take a lot of shots towards them. So if once they get a knock, I'm sure they're going to jump right back in their car and continue to attempt to make a move. But we can see SUDOR, it looks like they're just committed to this at this point, where their vehicles are not deciding to get into it. Instead, they really want these points. And I mean, we already mentioned where they are on the leaderboard. They're in 6th. They don't necessarily need to, but they definitely need to preserve what they have.
Well, they're definitely quite far from the zone. As you can see, they're all the way down in that far southeastern side of the zone. The rest of the lobby, everyone else is up there in the zone, sitting quite comfortably for the time being. But I mean, this is a really tough fight between Flare Loyal and SUDOR, as they both seem reluctant to rotate out. No one wants to be the first one to try and leave. But SUDOR, they're actually in a good position. They can disengage from this still. They can rotate away if they chose to. But I don't think they've got the vehicles left anymore. But now the heads flying straight in towards the side there. You see NASA getting knocked, Arthur getting hit by the blue zone. And things are looking pretty grim now for the side here of Flare Loyal.
Yeah, we can already see that actually some of the SUDOR members, they already left. So one of them might make it into the zone, and it looks like this last member, he's just committed to potentially just going out with blue zone as long as he ruins the rest of this game for Flare Loyal. Flare Loyal, they're one of the teams that are just struggling to get out of the bottom 4. So this game, SUDOR deciding to hold them out like that could be drastic for them. You see that they missed an entire zone shift though, so it's going to be really difficult for them to make a rotation into this new zone. Meanwhile, since the zone is much smaller and we still have 15 teams alive, we're starting to see some teams share their locations. Right up here inside this hot dog building, and an entirely different team, GUNZ Esports, taking their warehouse.
Really tough play for them, and also now we see the sites moving in right behind them. So really a highly contested position that these teams find them in, but of course you can see so many more just scattered throughout, and it's going to be interesting to see just how GUNZ are going to play this. We got Hamodi knocked at the current moment. I'm curious to see whether or not the players here from Ra'ad are going to try and push in. They're going to continue to apply that pressure. But of course, now speaking of pressure, that is what we see on the side of HOTLINE, as iKURD sends those utilities across in a little bit of a leapfrog approach coming in as they now turn up that aggression. Kalagan Azza pushing it right onto the side of HOTLINE, trying to find those hits.
I really like his decided crash, being able to come up really close. His teammate now pushing with him. They can toss so much util. They know that they had a little bit of an opening knock, so they decided to crash. I mean, a little bit too late to capitalize off of that entirely. The res did come through, but now they're all directly on top of each other inside this one prio building. iKURD, one of their util has to go on ahead and catch one of these guys out, but it's going to be HOTLINE actually that catches one back first. So they got a knock on iKURD. They could potentially go up onto the roof or jump out out of the building and start doing a ton of damage to iKURD. Oh, that nade I don't think is going to do anything there either. But oh my goodness, it does. So iKURD, they're the ones that were aggressing, but so far it looks like they're on the losing end of this nade battle.
I mean, HOTLINE just turning the tables right there on them. iKURD, running into a brick wall. HOTLINE stepping up with a defensive play. And of course, getting that squad wipe into the side. Well done, well played. That was absolutely fantastically done. But now we move over towards the players here from RTG, who are also trying to squeeze into the zone. We've got the players from Snipers just up ahead of them, but Snipers are now currently focused onto the side there of YaLLa. But here comes the shots though, as Lazy, he's not lazy, he's pushing in, he's looking for that angle, looking for that aggression, and he's really finding the hits into the side of the Snipers. Now Zaid is just out on the edge of that zone, deciding whether or not to try and push up, as we see that zone shifting up once again over in towards that far southeastern side.
They know that they got one kill over here. They're trying to spot out the rest of the people over here. Otherwise, I mean, they were making a rotation up to the northern side, but really they just have to turn right back around and continue to go back to the south at this point, unless they want to continue to sweep the edge. But it does look like Chapo grabbing that vehicle. It looks like they're already making a move towards the south. Meanwhile, these teams that have been all the way up here on top for a while, the one member from YaLLa, and we can see directly below them, Alpha Legends, they have this high ground. They're going to be able to participate in a ton of fights. They just kind of have to worry about this solo above them. It seems like Alpha Legends are actually aware that there's somebody up here, so they can't entirely take advantage of their higher position.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be quite a bit of a challenge for them to pull off any successful maneuver or rotation, especially looking at where the zone is currently placed. It's such a difficult angle, but I mean, Alpha, they're just hugging the edge of the cliff, trying to peek out every now and again, trying to see if anyone from YaLLa is trying to peek onto them. But now, as we can see, that zone is looking so tough, so challenging, but all the teams need to try and push on in. Here we go now. YaLLa rushing in once again, sending up a few utils, and of course Alpha right here trying to hold on a nice molly, now getting sent on over. But YaLLa turning up the pressure. Up they come, trying to flush them out, trying to find those hits. All relentless as ever. But here we go. Nice bit of an exchange up on the top as Chaos now gets knocked out. Powerful steps in for the quick confirm. We see Bandar also not getting knocked out in the process. So this is a really spicy fight between YaLLa and the players there from Alpha.
I mean, they want to go on ahead and try to get this higher position. Anybody who grabs this high ground here will be able to just look down at everybody else inside this zone. So honestly, fighting for this spot could be a long-term advantage. So, I mean, they obviously have to run into each other at this point just to get inside zone, but whoever comes out on top is going to have a huge game. All of these guys probably aware of it, are trying their best to win this situation, but oh no, YaLLa once again getting another member knocked. I mean, Alpha Legends, they do still have some people up on the high ground. You can see that they're starting to use it already by being able to get those sight lines and toss in some easy util.
I mean, SUDOR just playing this one, sending all the utils he's got in his bag, everything that he's got to his in his disposal, sending it up, causing quite a bit of damage onto the side there of YaLLa. So really interesting play that we see. But of course, now we have the players from Snipers just down below. So this could be where SUDOR just strikes on towards them, finds those hits, and rakes in a few additional points. You can see already they're sitting on 8 kills. I mean, how many? Oh, sorry, no, that is 1 kill. My bad. There's 8 teams remaining. Whoopsie. But it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Alpha Legends will be able to get those points. I mean, they seem so hungry, so eager to get those points.
I mean, in the position that they have, they should be. They know that they're directly underneath them. They're trying to go on ahead and catch them out, but they have that smallest little ridge. They can't go on ahead and overpeak. A bit frustrating, if you ask me. So they're just going to try and hold it and wait for it as long as possible, because they're going to have to move eventually, and that eventually is, of course, I mean, in 5 seconds. But of course, RTG crashing onto HOTLINE. Looks like HOTLINE is going to have a second go at trying to protect the compound that they have. And this one, again, is huge. One actually is knocked currently. They're able to at least get one knocked back using some of those nades. So again, those safety utils starting off correctly for them. Will they get another as well? It looks like they will. So far protecting it once again. Let's see how HOTLINE is going to be able to do it once again versus a different team, RTG.
Wow, HOTLINE just stepping up. I don't know where they find all these utils, but they're putting in such a strong effort to fend off RTG. As you can see, those hits coming in. Oh, Mumbai now jumping off of the top to seal the deal. And with that, sending back the team there from RTG. Absolutely phenomenal play. And that, of course, now brings them up onto 8 kills. What a strong showing it is from them so far.
Yep, they have that compound. They want it for themselves, so they're going to protect it. And so far, it's doing really well for them in terms of placement and kill points. Meanwhile, back up above to the northern side of this zone, we can see that YaLLa Esports, there's still multiple teams that are trying to play up there. YaLLa Sniper, the one member from Alpha Legends. There's also, I mean, multiple teams down on the southern side. It really is a fight between the people who are up on top and the people down below at this point. I don't think anybody's really going to, obviously, be able to move back and forth openly. So I'm curious to see where this next zone will shift to and who is going to be happy and who obviously is going to not be.
Well, we were expecting things to be challenging, but of course the zone just takes it up to the next level as we see RICO Infinity trying to push on in, but Prestige gets knocked out, finding a few hits coming in there from the side of Hamas. So the players from YaLLa still holding on. They're still in this. They suffered a few hits not too long ago, but here we go. Oh, just saw that play up on the top there as Alpha came crashing in towards Bandar. Now, everything up to Yamaz and Powerful for the side here of YaLLa. And of course, SUDOR still just holding up for the side of Alpha. But look at that though. I mean, these numbers, these points are starting to climb as YaLLa now already also sitting on 7 points. The site sitting on 6. And then of course HOTLINE sitting quite comfortably there on 9. But the hits continue to fly on in. And with that, Galaxy Racer now gets eliminated. But Powerful sending those utils across, finds a little bit of damage into the side there of SUDOR. But he's wanting to seal it up. And that's going to be a really tough position for SUDOR to get out of.
Yeah, he's currently stuck down on the side of this mountain. We can see where the zone did in fact shift. It chose the high ground, so everybody up on top very happy with this outcome. I mean, HOTLINE, they've been doing well so far. I'm really curious to see how they're going to be able to pull this off. I do think they have a little bit of zone down below, so obviously they're going to have to go and play that, but we can see teams directly in front of them that will take the fight with them if they reveal themselves. One of them actually, here we go, being Prestige, watching from the only angle that they can start pushing in on. So RICO Infinity team currently holding them out. I wonder if anybody from up above is going to be able to help them, but of course right now they're a little bit distracted from this other team, Alpha Legends, that's been there kind of being a thorn in their side this entire time, so I obviously want to get rid of him too.
Now that's going to be a tricky one, especially for YaLLa to find those hits. You can see, oh, the terrain they find themselves in is quite challenging, but of course now RICO Infinity pushing up onto the side. NASR comes strafing around the corner, finds the head in towards iKURD. Down he goes. That is the end of the sides. But here we go. Yamaz now striking some fear into the side there of NASR. So RICO Infinity now down to only 2 remaining players. So it's going to be pretty challenging for them to hold their line against them. As you can see, of course, the players there from HOTLINE, they're still sitting quite comfortably on 4 players still in this game.
They were able to find themselves a little bit of a nice hidey hole, all of them looking directly up. They know that there's people up there, obviously. Seems like they're trying to toss in some util to get that kill, but I mean, Alpha Legends continuing to hold on. It's like, no matter how much util you throw at him and how much hardship, he's going to be able to survive in a really awkward spot on the side of this mountain. I mean, if he can't make some sort of a rotation down the other side, it's going to be hard for them. Oh, they have to be careful about nades coming back towards them, though. Once again, zone closing, it's so tight at this point. 2 people up on top of the rocks. RICO Infinity team and HOTLINE are going to have to fight soon, and right when that pops off, I wouldn't be surprised if Alpha Legends and YaLLa takes a look on down. So I wonder if they were able to cut off line of sight.
Oh, HOTLINE comes rushing out from that corner, putting quite a bit of hurt in it to the side here of RICO Infinity. As we see the squad now getting eliminated. So a really strong play from HOTLINE. Already now sitting on 12 kills. I mean, YaLLa and HOTLINE, they're really showing up on this match. Really coming out of nowhere and just bringing their A game.
It does look like right when they got in that fight, Alpha Legends was also able to peek on over and get some sort of capitalization off of it, take one of the members from HOTLINE down. The thing is Powerful, he's actually been hanging up there on the far northern side for YaLLa. He's just kind of been chilling. There we go. It looks like they will be able to take out the thorn in their side as well. Alpha Legends now eliminated, and that means we're just down to 2 teams. The zone, where did it go on ahead and shift to? Because 2 of these guys, YaLLa up on the northern side on top of these rocks, while HOTLINE kind of stuck all the way down below. There's no way that they can get up.
This is that punishing zone. I mean, just look at this. There's no place to hide, no place to go. And now we got YaLLa flying off of the top, trying to step on in, but Yamaz gets knocked out by the fall. It is a 1v2 potentially left now, and of course HOTLINE just tries to give their farewell shots as that blue zone devours them, and we come to the end of that match. But what a play that was, though. I mean, YaLLa getting the chicken dinner there thanks to a nice contribution coming in from the blue zone. But what a finish, though. I mean, YaLLa finishing on 10, HOTLINE finishing on 13 kills. Wow.
It kind of, I really like the ending there as well, because YaLLa, they knew that they had the zone, but they still had one go ahead and jump off to at least attempt to get those few kills. But HOTLINE knew. They ended up taking down their own teammate. They're just like, nah, there's no way that we're going to be able to do anything here since the zone decided to go up on the rock. So definitely a definite ending that we were pretty much aware of that whole time, but always interesting to go ahead and see what these guys do. I did not expect him to go ahead and jump off that mountain, but I mean, he could have gotten another point, I guess.
Yeah, and of course, well, we're going to be heading into a quick break, so we'll see you guys back shortly after as we give you the rundown of what we had in this match. See you after the break. Hello and welcome back. We just saw a really tough Miramar zone ending on the high ground. And of course, we saw the players there from YaLLa coming, clutching that chicken dinner away from the hands of the players that we had there from HOTLINE. But what an interesting jump play that was from YaLLa. You've already mentioned this. Sending one down. I would have been so impressed had YaLLa picked off those shots while jumping down from there.
You could tell he was hopeful. I mean, they're just like, you know, we have nothing else to lose, I guess. Let's just go on ahead and do it. The only thing that I would have been concerned about, you know, is like, should I go on ahead and do this? Will this potentially mess up any of these points? Is this a team that I don't want to have these points? And so on. But honestly, YaLLa, we already know what position that they have inside of this, that they probably just weren't worried about it at all. They're just like, you know, let's go ahead and go for it and let's see what happens. I kind of like seeing those risky plays, especially when some teams know that they're safe. It makes it more entertaining.
It's always interesting to see what the players get up to once they know they're pretty much in the clear and they've done all they can do. But of course, we're going to be jumping into the stats of the match that we just witnessed. And as you can see, of course, right up in pole position, we've got the players there from YaLLa sitting on 25 points. But also on 25 points is the team from HOTLINE Esports. The only thing separating these two teams is, of course, the kill points. 10 kill points for YaLLa. 13 kill points for the players from HOTLINE. And then, of course, you know, YaLLa was the team to clutch the chicken dinner, so they got the 15 points. What a crazy one that is. I don't think we've ever really seen two teams this close.
Yeah, I guess this is the only thing really that we could say about jumping on down. It gave HOTLINE Esports another kill that ended up making them go on ahead and tie it. But, you know, both of these teams being able to pick up 25 points, as we already know how many people are based in this game and how many points are possible, that's insane. Very top heavy for those two teams.
What's interesting is this is also then the first chicken dinner for YaLLa in the second week of the league play rather. So I mean, we have the players there also from RICO Infinity. They've also then managed to make it into fourth. The sites in 12th place. We've got Raad over in 6th. So the points really starts dropping as we progress down this match ranking. As you can see, the snipers on the next page, they're sitting on 3. We've got NASR on 3. We've got iKURD on 3. SUDOR on 2 points. The players from GUNZ on 1. Flare Loyal on 1. And then, of course, Fanatic Zombies and GSG Arab coming in on 0 points. So it's really hurting some of these teams with regards to their points. But I mean, to show just the amount of hurt that has been done into this game, just look at the kill and damage graph there. YaLLa coming in with 2,690 damage, 10 kills converted from that. Of course, the players there from HOTLINE sitting on 1,737 damage, 13 kills. So really strong convergence there for the side of HOTLINE.
I mean, a lot of their points ended up coming out of people crashing them, so that obviously went on ahead, turned straight into kill points. Meanwhile, YaLLa, since they were up on top of the rock, they got in fights with so many people, but we saw them kind of, you know, both the teams, a bunch of the teams up on the northern side kind of struggling to go on ahead and take each other out, and we're about to see some of that in this highlight section.
I mean, this is just to prove how challenging this was. Some beautiful shots though coming in. I mean, it is difficult, let alone to shoot someone on a motorbike, but to pick them off like that. But this fight essentially here for me between the players there from Flare and SUDOR, that went on for such a long time. And at the end of the day, it became a little bit of an expensive fight, quite the costly fight for both the teams.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the decision was there. I mean, we already know that one of the teams was pretty okay, but the other team that was stuck out there, they're not close to qualifying just yet. They're still one of the teams that has to go on ahead and do a lot of work. So that was just absolutely destructive for them and their attempts in this situation. And here's all those fights we were mentioning earlier. There's so many fights happening up on the northern side where YaLLa was just able to kind of get involved in the majority of them, but so many teams were up here that they're taking each other down. The only Alpha Legends and YaLLa were really able to make themselves up this hill from how many other people there were, and that kind of, as we already know, went on ahead and decided it for who was going to win the game.
But I gotta say though, I mean, the players here from the hotline, they seemed like they were just in their element. I mean, already that compound that they took just on the foot of this mountain was already such a beautiful vantage point for them, and it really worked in their favor. But also, I mean, we gotta look at YaLLa. They just found that spot up on top of that mountain, but they were struggling for such a long time to find the shots into the side there of Alpha. Just to wrap it up, and you can see SUDOR now just peeking into the side there of Hotline. I mean, some really interesting plays, of course, as expected. That was that lovely jump that we had off the top. But what a way that was, though, for these teams to try and finish it off. And I mean, YaLLa and Hotline, they really just seemed so in their element, particularly in that zone.
I don't disagree. That's what I'm kind of wondering. You know, it's always really fun to see the circle kind of like half and half in those situations. Unfortunately, it went a little bit too far to the northern side, but if it was half and half, we would have seen a little bit more different interactions with those two teams that, as we already know, were so strong. But I mean, you still got the person jumping off, so I guess it was still worth it. But yeah, both those teams playing a tiny bit more differently. One kind of more out in the open, just holding their position. The other one down below, literally just getting crashed upon, being in the middle of the fight. A little bit both different ways to fight, but both of them being able to do it very well and picking up a lot of damage and kills, as we already saw.
But I gotta give it to YaLLa though. I mean, last week they were pretty strong in their placement in coming into the league play. You know, now in the second week already, it is so strong once again. And in fact, you know, we've got stats to just, you know, expand on that a little bit more. But of course, we had YaLLa and the players there from HOTLINE Esports coming in with those players. You can see the damage side towards YaLLa being pretty high on 2,690 kills. The HOTLINE just up ahead of them, of course, in this previous match. Then on the other hand, YaLLa had, of course, 12 knocks compared to the 8 knocks for the side there of HOTLINE. And of course those assists, nice 4 assists on the side of YaLLa, 9 assists on the hand there of HOTLINE. But then we also look at the amount of health that they had recovered, and looking at the positioning of where we saw the players there from HOTLINE, they came in with just over 1,000 health that they'd recovered, which is not surprising based on where we saw them in that final zone right there down at the bottom end.
It's nice to go on ahead and contrast what each other were able to really pull off. It's interesting, you know, that some of these teams were able to go on ahead and pull off more assists versus those kills. But also, of course, we're curious to see how that's going to go on ahead and affect the leaderboard. So seeing that, we can see GUNZ Esports picking up they have 2 chicken dinners as of right now. YaLLa Esports already mentioned having their 1. GUNZ is in first with 1 more point compared to YaLLa with 76. YaLLa has 75. Fate Esports, a little bit more of a bigger gap, and third was 61. Then another jump. HOTLINE Esports 10 points further, 51. Zombies 51. SCYTES 50. RTG Esports 49, and Realtek are 9, 48. It looks like at one point everybody is really just 1 point off. Look, it continues.
I mean, this just speaks to how tough the zone is. You can see NASR, of course, already coming in with that chicken dinner, but finding themselves over in 9th place on 48 points. SUDOR in 10th place, 47. Then RICO Infinity 11th on 45 points. The Snipers in 12th on 37 points. The Fanatic Zombies in 13th on 30 points. The Galaxy Racer in 14th on 29. Alpha Legends in 15th on 28. And as we move over to the next page, we of course then have the players there from Ra'ad sitting in 17th. Falcons in 18th. Flare Loyal in 19th. And Arab GSG sitting right there all the way out in the bottom.
I'm surprised by this 4 teams, right? I mean, we saw the majority of these teams inside of our first super weekend. One of them actually doing really well in it, coming out in the first place spot of it, FalconsEsport. But now they're all currently down in the last 4 spots. And even in the last game we just watched, we watched Flare Loyal team be completely punished by SUDOR Esports, who were already qualifying. I mean, that's ought to be a really frustrating spot to be inside. They're just like, we literally did it last week. We're so close to getting in. Literally, one of them is just tied by placement points. They don't have too far to go, but they don't have that many matches left.
But so I mean, we were talking about teams that you know that we saw playing in the Super Weekend. And of course, you know, Arab GSG was one of those teams that went on through to go play. But this week, things are looking pretty tough for them. I mean, they're not really getting that foothold, that angle to play from. And I mean, looking also at how they performed in the Super Weekend, finished in 6th place, right down in the last spot. So I'm really hoping that they find their momentum again. They find their groove, that they can get back and start bringing in those plays, because I mean, really shown some great potential, and I'd really like to see them stepping up once again, bringing that, and maybe, hopefully, Sanhok will be the map for them in which they could, you know, step and deliver on that front.
That's very true. And I mean, even on the flip side, if they don't go ahead and make it, maybe it'll be another Fate line. You know, Fate didn't make it, now they're doing super well. Maybe FGC, maybe they need to go on ahead, and maybe they're not going to make it in a situation currently with a total of 8 points, and if they don't, hopefully they'll be able to go on ahead, grab that fodder view, get that fire that Fate obviously went on ahead and found, and come back inside of the next week. And I mean, yeah, we're going to go on ahead and see that soon. We're about to actually go inside of that next match that you went on ahead and mentioned.
But so, yeah, I'm quite keen to see though what the Sanhok map is going to bring, and just exactly how these teams are going to go at it. Because on the one side, it is nice to see a bit of a change up going in towards that Super Weekend, and of course, as we now move up into the game itself, we're going to be seeing how these teams are going to start making their way on through. But as always, you know, the thing you have to do, the thing you got to say when you look at a plane like that, it is born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much 5 series, and that is what we hope to see from the teams here, is that gamer mode getting engaged. And I don't think we've got... Do we have Arab GSG? Yes, we do. They are here. We're waiting to see that performance come in from them on this match.
I'm interested to see, you know, our first map on Sanhok was so punishing, and then it kept pulling down to the southern side. A lot of the teams that weren't all the way down there to the south ended up having a really rough time making those rotations past everybody else. In this new circle, we could see kind of centering again over all of the land. It could honestly pull anywhere once again, or we could continue to see one of those punishing circles, or are we going to have one of those circles that kind of center on up, which also has its own set of issues. I mean, so many teams could go on ahead and be holding the edges that a lot of teams could potentially not be able to make it in. There's not going to be as much movement such as those hard shifts. So honestly, it still seems like we're going to be on some even footing ground. Sanhok all around just really comes down to how well your team fighting is.
And I mean, with a zone like this is going to provide ample opportunity for these teams to get into those team fights. They don't really have to worry too much about the zone just yet. They don't have to worry about location. Now they can start focusing on getting that aggression, getting those fights, getting those points going. And of course, we already see a little bit of aggression coming out from the players there from Alpha Legends.
Going on ahead and looting on up at this situation. It's a nice fresh start, right? I mean, that's obviously the benefit of going on ahead, starting a new game, going to your usual spot, grabbing up your loot, seeing the first zone shift, fresh start. Where is this going to go? Everybody, one of the main points, I think I might have touched on it before already, but one of the main things that all these players have to do is have some sort of a mental reset. You can't go on ahead and let all of these previous bad games go on ahead and affect your ability to go on ahead and perform in this one. And we can already see, ooh, it looks like somebody's kind of hiding on a little bit of a rock. I'm a little bit scared for Galaxy Racer MJ here. But everybody needs to go on ahead and be able to mentally reset and capitalize once again on this next zone. And it looks like SUDOR Esports is already going to start off on a positive note, being able to get at least one down.
I don't know if this is Rashid or Rashed, but he rushed that shot straight into the side there of MJ for Galaxy Racer. So what a nice bounce that was. Just waiting in ambush, setting up that position. Oh, that was so beautifully executed. But now the rest of the team from Galaxy Racer, of course, they're moving in. They're trying to provide that extra bit of support for their teammates. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not SUDOR Rashid will be able to follow through with that push and maybe bring in more points on the side there of Galaxy Racer.
We can hear a little bit of a vehicle driving a little bit closer. It is this team going on ahead supporting him. And of course, the rest of Galaxy Racer, you can actually see them all the way in the distance there. But YaLLa Esports once again in boot camp. Do we see the enemy team up on top of the hill once again? It doesn't look like they're going to be doing it again this time. Instead, they're running up the hill and starting to get a loot situation on that. Right as I say it, here we go. Galaxy Racer making a move on up from that western side. They're about to have a really rude awakening here.
There's a reason why Galaxy Racer has that word racer in their name, as they now come racing up the side of that mountain at the same time as YaLLa. So we're going to have a bit of a king of a hill fight erupting between these two teams here. And this is a really interesting position, though, for both of them. As we see Galaxy Racer now just huddling up behind some of those rocks, taking up those angles. But YaLLa already at the top. As you can see, Powerful up here in the shack. A beautiful nade, though, coming in there from Max Cash as he finds that head in towards Ida. So beautifully placed nade. But now Ultron also moving up, and up we go once again. Max now pushing up, applying that pressure. They know they've been able to find that first knock into the side of YaLLa, so they are going to be relentless in their efforts, sending up those utils, hoping to find the damage. Bandar now quickly just falling back, just trying to get a bit of an off angle, while the rest of the squad, of course, now tries to recoup some health.
This is a hard push to go on ahead and make on. It looks like they're trying to just disengage down to the southern side, potentially realizing that an easy wrap could be coming out of this. But Bandar, he's actually stopping his wrap kind of short. I think he still thinks that they're up there on the hill, but Galaxy Racer, they went ahead and left up on top there. And I think that is obviously the better decision. Get away from there, reset a tiny bit, especially if you don't know exactly where everybody is. Bandar almost got a nice rotation around on them from a little bit of alternate angle. So they're just going to go ahead and get out of that bad situation and potentially revisit it later. And as you can see here, while they're crossing this road, SUDOR Esports is also here about to get involved in this fight. Another one of Galaxy Racer actually falling.
Ben, I gotta say, that was a beautiful play coming in there from SUDOR, though. I mean, just reading that situation, rushing on in, coming in with that third body, exactly as expected, of course, to happen on Sanok. But just look at that positional play from SUDOR, just finding the hits into the side of Galaxy, and off they go, racing right back into the lobby. But now, also over in towards Painan, we've got the players there from Zombies, so they need to be quite careful. I mean, SUDOR, yes, they did find the shots, but they also now they were also now drawing a bit of attention towards them. I mean, YaLLa pushed up on the hill, keeping a very watchful eye, and I'm pretty sure that Zombies are also starting to venture a little bit closer. As you can see, of course, now Safe, just trying to make sure everything is safe as he tries to put those hits in towards Break, just on the opposite end. But Break now retaliating with a few hits of his own.
Yeah, they ended up getting a knock onto one of the YaLLa members, so it just looks like these three teams might just be trading a few bullets back and forth. But Break now just going ahead, disengaging, continuing the four-corner hold of Painan with the rest of the team. And I mean, even we saw on that mini-map there when it was extended, there's people coming in from the northern side, so it's just going to be a bunch of damage from these two teams back and forth until these next few teams come on ahead, come in and catch the other team's attention.
But some great awareness coming in there from SUDOR, as you can see them now just being absolutely relentless. Hidan coming in hit after hit, sending them over. Hidan now quickly dropping down behind the rock there, but he's so close. Hidan now just trying to find that angle. He knows there is an opportunity there, and he is searching for that opening, searching for the most. But of course, it takes a lot of patience, a lot of waiting. But he's going to try attempt that with the M4 spray. So that is quite a bit of a spray at this range.
Oh, but he was waiting for it. Oh, but he's going to actually disengage on the other side of the rock, so he is going to be safe for YaLLa for now. SUDOR Esports back to the drawing board. Let's see what else that they can find. You can see them just making a tiny bit of rotation with the vehicle to grab a tiny bit better of a spot to hold and look around at. Meanwhile, we can see everybody else inside the zone also making some movements, grabbing the nice spots inside the compound. A ton of people up on the hills as per usual. I mean, Real Tiger 9 kind of stuck down in a bull compound with a ton of teams surrounding them, both Alpha Legends and SCYTES. They might have a difficult rotation out of their compound if this next zone isn't to go towards them, but as of right now, they're nice and safe inside of some hard cover.
I've got faith though in Jigsaw. I mean, that was a phenomenal spray that we saw into the side there of sights. Eagle also now stepping up, you know, coming in with that X-ray vision, just looking to see if the coast is clear before moving up a little bit. Surprise also not just repositioning, but we have the players there from a Loyal also in the vicinity, and a really nice spread. Teams all starting to clump up a little bit over in towards those northern reaches. We see the players there from Alpha. We have Real Tiger 9. We've got the sites as well as the players there from RTG just holding those angles. But of course, those shots are now still finding their way on through. So it's going to be interesting to see as the zone, of course, now shifts up once again over towards the northeastern side. Just how these teams down in the south are going to try and rotate up. Because, I mean, Fate came into today looking really, really strong. But we haven't really seen that Fate play from yesterday just yet.
No, not yet. And Flare Loyal team, they were taken out early last game, and it looks like they're starting this one with a bang, getting already 1 kill onto SCYTES. A little bit of a surprise attack. I don't think SCYTES was ready for that at all. Easy being able to peek and take down 1. There's still 3 more possible points, but right now a bunch of nades raining on. But that's, of course, it's not going to stop Arthur from continuing to push on forward. Raised door directly in front of him. We see the rest of his team trying to go for a little bit of rotations around on this fight, but he is definitely in trouble now, trying to disengage.
Oh, I mean, all the utilities now getting sent up. The smoke's getting popped up as well, just to try and provide as much cover as they can. But it's an interesting play coming in there from Phobia, though, from sights. Just moving in on that off angle, taking an angle behind the rock. This could actually be quite advantageous, as the rest of the players there from Loyal are all focused and distracted up to the top. But of course, just look at the shooting that we see coming in here from the sights. Just absolutely on point, on target. And that is what we want to see. That is what we want to see.
I mean, they took down one of their teammates. They're going to go on ahead and retaliate, take the one themselves. And again, it's back to a 3v3. The thing is Loyal, as you already mentioned, doesn't know where Phobia is, so that could come a big part later, the surprise attack from the side. And even back to YaLLa, it looks like another team ended up joining them. Ra'ad is actually directly beside them to their western side as well. So again, multiple teams that could potentially push up towards them. As we know, the zone did shift up towards this direction, so that is going to be something a little bit of a difficult position to hold off on. But SCYTES, still continuing the fight, gets 2 knocks on the Flare Loyal team. This is not swinging in the direction the Flare Loyal wants here. And it looks like that's it.
And they get ghosted. I mean, what a play that was from SCYTES. I mean, that was a really tough one to take, but beautifully executed. I mean, that was so close. They found that off angle on towards Phobia. I mean, by them, I'm referring to the players there from Loyal. They found that shot in towards Phobia on the far side and just capitalized on that. But of course, now speaking about capitalizing, we see YaLLa still in this fight, keeping a very watchful eye on Ra'ad just down below, and Desha now just trying to pick a spot to move from.
Yeah, from their spot up on top of the hill, it's definitely a position that's a tiny bit more difficult to go on ahead and protect, because there are so many angles to push up on, but also an advantageous one in that people do have to push towards you. This zone pulling up to the northern side, it's a spot that a lot of people use as a rotation, and YaLLa, we already know how well that they've been playing currently in second place overall. They want to try and gain even more points because they can, because they want to, because they're capable of doing so. So they're going to continue to stay there. No, definitely in a little bit of a harsh situation. They do have the opportunity to go on ahead and disengage and make some sort of a long rotation around, but they have to go on ahead and decide that once this next zone pops, or if they decide that they really do want these kills because they're in 17th place, if they're able to get an opening knock, they need to be aggressive.
I mean, the zone is just not making things any easier. Got so many people just spread out. Just look at the spread of all these teams. But of course, those hits are finding their way on through as we see a little bit of action coming into the side there of Ra'ad. But here we go now. Real Tiger 9 pushing up on the side of the sites. We got Razur just lying in the grass, waiting, and down he goes. Quick reaction there from Jigsaw coming in. We saw those shots coming from the compound, but of course now he's out in the open, stepping up to the next level. Oh, some DBS shots trying to make their way on through, but not really doing the job just yet. Jigsaw once again pushing on up. Surprise, getting knocked out. Quick exchange though coming in between the players here from SCYTES and a Real Tiger. But now Phobia holding off, pretty low on health. He is getting circled by a Real Tiger. A really nice approach that we see, a really strong push that we see coming in there from them, and of course they find those heads. Real Tiger steals the kills, and down they go as SCYTES get sent back into the lobby. But this was a really good one, and already bringing in those 3 kills there for Real Tiger.
Yeah, it looks like SCYTES were able to finish off one fight, but of course there's another one looming directly behind them in the distance, and Real Tiger 9 are going to come out on top. So this is where we mentioned that chain fighting is really important. If you get in a fight, you kind of have to expect that maybe somebody else is now close by, and unfortunately, I mean, it looked kind of okay for them at first, but unfortunately, they were taken down in the end. And I mean, that's just the reality of Sandhawk and taking early fights. Meanwhile, we have other teams like SUDOR Esports here. They still have the hard cover for themselves, and they're taking this quite safely. They're able to go ahead, peek out, get some of that scouting in, and for good measures, because if they try to make a rotation this way, we can see the FalconsEsport is there and ready to potentially hold them out.
They're just lying in wait. They're waiting to bounce, waiting to get those shots going. So I'm curious to see though how the players here from RICO Infinity are going to play this one. I mean, yesterday they ended off fairly decently, but now they're venturing into that quarry. As we saw in the previous Sandhawk match, it's a really difficult position to get out of. Not the most ideal angle really to fight from. So I'm gonna be curious to see just how they're gonna play this, and if they're gonna potentially try and venture a little bit further in towards it. The zone, of course, fortunately, is preventing them from venturing further in towards that. But HOTLINE, they are keeping a very watchful eye on anything and everything that moves, and a beautiful setup for them in that compound.
Yeah, it looks like if RICO Infinity were attempting to make any sort of a rotation out, HOTLINE Esports is definitely going to be aware of it if they go to the northwest side over there. So the only way that they could really make any sort of a move is super far down to the south, but of course, directly below the shooting in the distance, Fate actually pushed onto a team holding this compound and able to get some of those kills. And where are the rest of the members?
No idea, but man, Falcon not just huddled up on the top last year, trying to outlast Fate. As you can see, we got Reef just down below. The rest of the Fate squad also just holding that angle. And it's a nice fight to see between these two teams. As we've seen, they are both really capable of bringing in the action, bringing in those waves. Of course, now Fate finishing off really, really strongly yesterday. Will they be able to step it up once again today? Bring in those next level plays. Falcon not just disengaging from that position as they venture a little bit further up towards that zone, but now right up ahead of them we see Zombies, and of course also then the players there from that is, oh well, HOTLINE, they've rotated up as well.
Yeah, but looks like they ended up taking this compound at the same time, so they're going to have to be forced to take the fight. Unfortunately for this HOTLINE member, though, the rest of the team a little bit further away, now pulling on in with the vehicle. So they ended up getting here a tiny bit late. That means Falcons, one of them is already directly on their doorstep, and so that might create some sort of tension here, especially as, oh my goodness, they're getting shot in the back from Fate, who's up on top of the hill. Falcons ended up moving a tiny bit too earlier, now getting punished by a team inside zone and the team that went on ahead and backfilled them on top of the hill.
I mean, this is exactly what we expected. The teams starting to converge on the top of each other. But here we go now. HOTLINE, oh, trying to send out those nades, trying to find the damage. Unfortunately, no one there to receive them just yet. But things are really heating up. And of course, now as we jump straight up in towards the players here from RICO is right there in front of them, holding up that angle, holding up that defensive play. Alpha coming in with a bit of a third party right in behind them. Of course, everything now pretty typical on Sandhawk, but it is so spicy nonetheless. Of course, Alpha finding those markers straight in towards them. And of course, such a big amount.
Couldn't quite catch what you said there at the end, but I do think I know what you were talking about. Yeah, just a bunch of these teams now, zone very small. You can see them just proning out at some of these rocks. Not ideal situations for everybody, but it is the harsh reality of this new zone. Even Fate now being forced to come off of that hill has to push aggressively into Falcons, taking that southern side of the zone. Even nades still raining down around them. Falcon Esports will be eliminated, and HOTLINE are now there to potentially hold them out. But they have vehicles. They're starting to try and make some sort of a rotation away to continue to play inside this game, but we can see that still there are a few teams in front of them that they have to go ahead and fight through. Meanwhile, Raad also gets eliminated, and we can see even more action happening in the kill feed.
Oh man, this is really heating up as of course players here from HOTLINE now just trying to find out those hits. They're trying to defend the edge of the zone. But of course, Real Tiger trying to do exactly that. Everyone trying to push on in. Fate now making their way into the zone, as you can see on the map there. But it's going to be such a tough fight as they're exchanging a few shots with SUDOR as well. Real Tiger, however, just holding up Alpha Legends right in front of them. Here we go. Vault now just jumping out, strafing into that shot. Beautifully placed one. Chaos cooking up an 8, getting ready to send it up in a little bit of retaliation into the side there of Real Tiger. But only 2 players remain for the Real Tiger team. So it is going to be a fairly tough showing for them. As you can see, a few more teams now getting eliminated as we move on through that blue zone, now catching up with Real Tiger as well. This is where they need to make the play. They need to get their butts into that zone. Alpha now taking this opportunity to disengage, to move a little bit further away, but also turn their attention onto the side of Zombies. Fate coming up, running into the side of HOTLINE. Now here we go. Ragnarok steps in, finds the first. Will he find the rest? It is this quite a challenging zone, but Fate now being caught in a really difficult predicament. As you can see, Ragnarok now trying to out-heal against this blue. Finds a quick confirm, but of course gets hit in the process. Wow. Molly. Ooh, come on. Are they going to try and get it? It's going to be so close. Oh, makes a quick dash for it. Alpha now getting hit as well. Zombies stopping them from getting into that zone. This is such a crazy play.
Everybody over here on the eastern side all had to make this really dangerous cross from this road around these compounds, and unfortunately multiple teams are going to go ahead and fall. I think at least 2 or 3 teams ended up falling down here. We can see now trying to get some of these reses as fast as they can, because the fighting and the moving doesn't end there. Shifting once again now up on the northern side. Real Tiger 9 one first of all eliminated. GSG fighting RTG Esports now inside of boot camp. Both these teams, whoever comes out as top, are going to have to be making a difficult run down to the southern side again in this new zone across a super open field. But of course, here comes the blue zone taking as it's closing. RTG Esports, they need to get some good shots in onto GSG if they're hoping to survive. One goes down though, and it looks like GSG, they have the better compound in this situation. RTG is just down to 1 member left, taking a lot of blue, while YaLLa Esports is now trying to punish out GSG on their cross.
Oh man, we were waiting for GSG to step up and give us that gameplay, and they surely delivered on that. But now YaLLa just steps on in, finds the hit, and seals it off for GSG as they get sent back into the lobby. You can see RTG also just now trying to make their own way in. A lazy trying to get up as quickly as he can, but that blue zone is just eating away at his health. Down he goes. RTG gets eliminated. 4 teams now remain. HOTLINE also down to only 1. That, of course, is Mollywood. And here we go. See the players there from YaLLa finding those hits into the side of the Zombies. Head after head, finding their way on through. But, of course, 3-man battle. Down goes the Zombies. YaLLa seals it up once again. Now, RICO Infinity up against the players from YaLLa. This is a really fantastic showing, and of course prestige now. Just trying to out-heal right there on the outskirts of that quarry region. Trying to see how long he can survive. And as soon as he succumbs to the zone, it is going to be the end of this match. But I mean, look at that. YaLLa already sitting on 10 kills again for this match.
Yeah, YaLLa going on ahead and cleaning up everything except for the last 3 solos in the end. Even actually cleaning up 2 of them. RICO Infinity a little bit too far away to go on ahead and clean him up. But being able to stay up on top of that hill this entire time, fight everybody who tried pushing on them and cleaning up the few fights that are happening around them at the end. Nice hold coming out from them, and being able to preserve 3 of their members as well. That's absolutely huge, especially on that hill. So many teams can push up from all of their angles, but they were able to spread out and protect it that entire time really well.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we're going to see YaLLa now come in. There we go. Prestige signing off, saying goodbye, giving us a little bit of a dance before the blue zone catches up, and down they go. That, of course, being the second 10-kill game in a row for YaLLa. Their second chicken dinner here. What an absolute amazing start it is for them in this second week of the league plays.
Looks like they really like that high ground as well. It worked out for them last game, it worked out for them again, and I wonder, again, Miramar is up next. Will they be able to go on ahead and get a high ground play once again? We'll know very shortly after a break.
Hello and welcome back. Here we are, of course, back after a very spicy showing on that Sandhawk map. That, of course, being Game 3 of the 5 here today. And this, of course, being the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia, the Week 2 of League Play, Day 2. And Span, so far, things have been really tough on these teams, especially just looking at the zone shifts.
It really has. I mean, we've already had so many games where, first of all, the playing wasn't too nice for some of them, and then the zone shifts were very difficult. That last one, I think, was a little bit friendlier in terms of zone shifts, but the other two before, they ended up going into some wild places. So we still have 2 more games left that could potentially continue that trend, or maybe, you know, just to be a little bit nice on the players, give them something a little bit nicer, but I don't know. I don't know which one I'm looking forward to more. I think maybe we are expecting that difficulty in players being able to go ahead and pull it off at this point. But also, on the flip side, obviously we want to give everybody more of an equal chance to go ahead and try and grab some points.
And of course, we're going to be looking into some stats that we had coming in off the back of this last match. And of course, this is our match ranking. We see YaLLa and HOTLINE once again up in first and second place. YaLLa coming in with yet another 25-point match. 10 kills again on the board. I think there's something in the water. I want to know what that is, but it's really working out phenomenally for YaLLa. HOTLINE also once again just coming out with that stellar performance. 14 points, 6 kill points, and 8 placement points. And of course, RICO Infinity taking third place on 13. We see Zombies also on 13 points, but in fourth place. So those placement points just being what separates them. And of course, Arab GSG bringing in that performance we've been waiting for, coming in on 9 total points. Real Tiger 9 also then sitting on 9 points. We got the Fanatic Esports team on 7th. And it's been a really, really tough one. The players there from SUDOR also sitting on 7 points.
And as for 9th through 16th, we see RTG picking up 6, as well as Alpha Legends actually swapping what they gain it from placement points or kill points. SCYTES in 11th with 4, then Snipers with 2, Rod and Flare Loyal team with both with 1, and then FalconsEsport and Galaxy Racer coming in with 0. It's at this point where we were able to see 2 of the teams that we're keeping an eye on, RTG and Fate. Both of those teams we've kind of keeping an eye on, wondering if they were going to go on ahead and pull it back. And it looks like this time they found themselves on the correct side of the leaderboard. So that's very exciting to see that performance. I mean, Fate, they've been doing so well as of yesterday that we're still waiting for it to happen. But here's some highlights from the teams that are able to do really well last game.
Of course, jumping straight on up into that. Just look at these players. I mean, this already was quite the challenging zone that we had for the teams. But I mean, SUDOR just played it so phenomenally well on that bridge. Unfortunately, they went out in 10th place, but they didn't stop there. They just kept on pushing. But this also was that highlight that we had in the game. Those laser shots from SCYTES. And of course, a beautiful rush in there from Easy, making it look so easy. But this was quite a tough fight between the players there from, well, Flare Loyal and the SCYTES. As you can see, oh, it has been absolutely hairy.
They end up being able to trade back and forth. We can see how difficult these angles are actually on Sandhawk with all these rocks. And even when they went on ahead and finished it, we know that they ended up running into an entirely different team. Meanwhile, RICO Infinity team and Zombies got in a huge fight. RICO Infinity team were able to keep one person up that ended up taking our 2nd place position. But of course, up here over on the southeastern side, a ton of teams tried making this rotation up this hill. Unfortunately, they ended up just being able to take each other out in this situation. So a ton of fighting down here that ended up picking up a ton of kills for some of these teams, but also a lot of blue zone damage, as you can see here in the majority of these clips.
And with so many of these players, that awareness, that reaction they've got is just absolutely on point. I mean, look at YaMaz here, just lasering down towards the players there from RTG over in towards that bootcamp angle. But that, of course, is also where we saw the beautiful play coming in from GSG. Yes, YaMaz was perched up on the roof and he did manage to just pick them off. But what a good showing that was still coming in from GSG. But as we then, of course, went into that final circle, our seal the deal to seal the day on the side there of Prestige. Oh, man. Yeah, what a way to end it off.
I mean, when you know that you're not going to go on ahead and win it, can't win that heal-off battle anymore, you run out of meds, why not just, dance it off? Start the next game already. He knew what he was resigned to, whoever was over there inside zone, grabbing that first place. I mean, he was actually so far away from the zone, which I'm pretty impressed by. I mean, he was able to stay alive over there. I mean, the rest of his team tried to get inside zone. We saw them getting in a fight in some of those clips there. So he was able to stay alive and grab that placement point for the rest of his team, which, as we know, it definitely makes a difference at some points. So nice dance off. They still obviously have a few more games to be able to play today to potentially qualify.
Yeah, of course, I mean, that was a nice finish there by Prestige. But yes, we are going to be looking to our next 2 remaining matches, which will be taking us over towards Miramar and then finally back in towards Sanhok once again. So I'm curious to see how the next match is going to go. Will we see another stellar performance coming in from YaLLa? Because they've just come into today with an absolute mission. They were just going for those chickens, and they were just stepping up their performance and really delivering on that. I mean, last week we saw a really strong performance coming from them as well. But I mean, this week, back again, right there, back in grinding, finding those points to move themselves into that super weekend.
They always seem, YaLLa has so far been really consistent being towards the top of the leaderboard. I don't think we've seen them at the top of the leaderboard just yet. Somebody always going on ahead and getting in front of them, but this time it might go on ahead and change since they've been consistent. They were just missing a few little things, and it seems like they were able to go on ahead and figure it out. So if those last 2 games are anything of a premonition, we might go on ahead and see them perform even better these next 2, and I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do coming into this super weekend, because we know that they're going to already be feeling really good about themselves and their performance.
Yeah, because I mean, if you look at their performance just on the first day of league play, right? They finished in 3rd place overall, all right? So they only had a grand total of 6 kills on that first day, all right? In just the last 2 matches we've seen, they've gotten 10 kills in every single one. So that already is such a huge increase in their performance. As we look at the second day from last week, there they finished up in 2nd place, and of course coming in on a grand total of 25 kills. But of course already today, that is quite a bit different. That is quite a different situation. They're already sitting on, I mean, almost double that.
Yeah, like we said, slowly figure out the lobby, slowly figure out how to play these super well. It seems like some people have got the key, and I definitely think YaLLa is one of them. So, I mean, excited to see where that's going to go on ahead and catapult them once again, because they were, I believe, already in 1st place as of last game. How much further is that going to go on ahead and drag them in terms of points overall? Because, I mean, even last week's qualifier, we know that NASR, they had 120 points. I believe they were almost 20 points away or something ridiculous like that from the team in 2nd. We might be having another situation like that, except with YaLLa. And speak of it, here it comes, about to pop up on the screen. We'll see just how far they really are. There we go. We can see that. Yeah.
My goodness.
YaLLa Esports are in fact in 1st, strengthening that distance to chickens now with a total of 100 points. And we can already see that GUNZ Esports in 2nd. They went on ahead and took that spot for themselves with 76. So it does, in fact, look like it's going to be that 20-point difference situation once again. At least for now, we still have 2 matches left for some of these teams. So they might be able to strengthen it even more. Maybe some people will be able to catch up. But Fate, they had a great game yesterday. They finally had a really good game today in this last one, putting themselves in 3rd so far.
It's going to be quite the interesting few matches we are yet to move into. And of course, you can see that 2nd page. We got the players there from SUDOR sitting in 9th place on 54 points. SCYTES also on 54 points over in 10th place. Then, of course, NASR in 11th place, though, on 48 points. The Snipers in 12th place there on 39. We've got Alpha Legend in 13th place on 34. We've got the Fanatic Zombies in 14th place on 30 points. The Galaxy Racer team in 15th place on 29. And then, of course, as we move into that last page, we got the players there from iKURD in 17th on 24. Falcons sitting in 18th place Of course, the players from Flair Loyal in 19th. And then, of course, Arab GSG sadly still sitting at the bottom end of the overall rankings.
They were able to go on ahead and at least double their points from this last game, so hopefully they'll be able to go on ahead and bring back a few more. But also, another team ended up switching out. I mean, we already went on ahead and pointed out that a lot of these teams are just like a singular point off of each other, and that goes for our few teams that are right around that danger zone. There's already a team that went on ahead and flopped positions from 16th and 17th place, and of course, that one placement point, as we know, is very important on whether or not moving on to the Super Weekend or not. So really, with a 1 point difference, we're not quite sure who's making it just yet and who's not.
It's going to be a neck-and-neck battle for these teams to get themselves into the next Super Weekend. But I mean, even just looking at the teams a little bit further up that leaderboard, also things looking pretty tough. We are now moving into our 4th game. So this is, of course, the last match that we'll be having for the players coming in from Group A, as they wrap up their matches on this particular match. So I'm curious to see just what kind of performance we'll be having coming in from them and how they're going to try and end off. Will they potentially try and finish it off strong? Well, I assume that is exactly what they're going to be trying to do. But of course, just how strongly will they do that? Because that is, of course, the players from RTG, that is the players from Galaxy Racer, it is Flair Loyal, and of course the Snipers. So I mean, this is their last opportunity to shine, their last chance to bring in enough points to make it into that second Super Weekend.
In Flair Loyal Team and Galaxy Racer, both of them have to go on ahead and actually have a really good game for them to be able to pull above that 16th place cutoff. I mean, it's more so Flair Loyal Team than Galaxy Racer, but they're actually right on the edge. They're currently in 15th place, so they need to go ahead and get a lot more points to secure that, so that the people that are playing in the last game don't get above them. And Flair Loyal Team, as we already know, currently in 19th place. They have a lot to go, but I mean, they could go on ahead and pull themselves super far up if they end up winning this next game with a ton of kill points, as we already mentioned, because of how close a lot of these guys are on this leaderboard.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see what Miramar will bring and how these teams are going to perform. So I'm also then curious to see who's going to be bringing in the next chicken dinner. As I've asked already before, will we see YaLLa coming in with another chicken dinner? I mean, GUNZ also, they've also been playing pretty strong. Ooh, maybe. I mean, at what point does a chicken become a turkey, though?
When you get 3 in a row, I thought, right?
Well, let's see. Maybe YaLLa will show us how it's done. You know, maybe they'll claim that turkey. But I think if they do that, they'll. We did see it, I believe, in the first league play. I think we also had a team there coming in on 3 chicken dinners, didn't we? No, we didn't. NASR was the team that came the closest with 2 chicken dinners. So if YaLLa is able to bring in that 3rd chicken, they'll be the first team to claim 3 chicken dinners in the league play stages. But what I'm interested to see, though, is how that would then translate into the Super Weekend, right? Because if we look at how the Super Weekend went for YaLLa, they finished up in, I believe, that was in 12th place overall. So in so strong, but also we saw a really strong performance also coming in there from Fate. So I'm also kind of waiting still to see whether or not Fate will be able to make that in the games that they've got left here today.
Yeah, I mean, we watched the games yesterday. Of course, I want to go on ahead and see for myself Fate going on ahead and being able to stay up there. Obviously, they're not in danger whatsoever of not making it into this next game, but I want to go on ahead and continue to see the good gameplay, because that marks consistency. And as we all know, it's consistency that really goes on ahead and continues to pull you through a tournament like this. And also, we're going into our last Miramar game, but let's go ahead and take a look at stats from a previous Miramar DK.
And of course, you can see there, Falcons coming in with a strong average. I mean, 749 damage. We've got the players there from Flair Loyal coming in on 873 average damage. iKURD 660. But of course, if we look towards those average kills, I mean, Flair Loyal, they definitely do have the numbers counting in their favor, sitting on 4.43. So hoping to see that kind of translate into this match. You know, seeing Flair Loyal step up, bringing in those points, bringing in those kills, because at the end of the day, that is kind of what they need to move on forward. But of course, now we're going to be jumping straight into the game to see exactly what that flight path is going to be bringing us. And as we will find out in due time, we of course, you know, we got to do the whole Born to Win, as that is what we are waiting to see. And welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Renault 5 series, and we are waiting to see just how much these players will get into their gamer mode on the second to last match of the day.
You can already see this plane path a little bit different from the ones that we've already seen, starting all the way by Azahar, seeming to end all the way by Ladriera as well. So a little bit more of a horizontal plane path, I guess we could go ahead and call it, once again straight across the main body of this land as well. The majority of these teams should spread out as per usual, go to their usual drop spots, and again, can't quite predict where this first zone is going to go, but if anything, so far a neutral plane path, will end up seeing if this first phase is also going to be as neutral.
Yeah, definitely we'll find out soon enough whether or not we'll be having a neutral zone. But so far, the spreads there from the teams looking fairly decent. And as we see the zone now popping up, it is over towards the western side, but of course not an aggressive shift. So the teams, they've got quite a bit of time now to get themselves set up and get going through however they want to get into this next phase.
Nice zone popping there, Power Grid. The majority of these teams are in fact in the body of this main one. Only a few teams actually dropping off around the outskirts, but should be able to make some nice rotations on in. The only one that I could see potentially having an issue is SUDOR all the way over there by Impala. But otherwise, the center of the zone is actually kind of open around that southern side of Power Grid. So there are a bunch of places for these teams to go ahead and find and play, but it's just a matter of making that rotation there and be able to make it in the first place.
So expecting this match to be quite an interesting one, as we know it is, you know, one of the groups that we have in the lobby. This is going to be their final show, their final time to get those points in on that leaderboard. And of course, so we're going to especially be looking over towards the players there from RTG, Galaxy Racer, Flair Loyal, and the Snipers to see how they're going to be performing. Sitting out on this match is the players from YaLLa, HOTLINE, and the SCYTES. But now on the screen, you can see the players here from Zombies, of course, moving around over in towards Picardo. And as we jump up in towards San Martin, you can see the players here from the Falcons and RTG. Oh, RTG, though, up atop of the mountain, just tapping away into the side of, well, Flame there from Falcons, I believe it was. Just trying to find a good, secure angle to move on into. I think that was never alone, though. Flame was the one doing the shooting. There we go.
We also know that Never Alone is one of the people that we're keeping an eye on as well, but luckily able to go on ahead, not quite have anything happen. It looks like RTG there came in with a mission. They're just like, you know, let's drop top San Martin, look down on Falcons, try to take them out. But not quite going to be able to go on ahead and land all the shots, at least being able to pressure them for a little bit, instantly pushing on back to continue their looting. We can also see Real Tiger 9, they're looting all the way down by Valdemar. Nobody else is quite down here, so they're free to make this looting all the way on the southern side. Should be able to easily make a next rotation in up this main road directly beside them to the west that we can see there on the minimap. And yeah, I mean, looting phase just slowly going before this action starts slowly ramping up. It's at this point where you kind of just have to look at where everybody is, what loot they're grabbing, and their potential rotations, where you can kind of gather how people are going to start setting up, or who is going to be bothering who in this kind of a game.
Well, I honestly hope that everybody's going to be bothering everybody as they progress through this map. But now the players here from iKURD going about as their looting phase as well. I mean, again, a really uncontested position over here in Chumacera. You know what? No one really around, so they can yet again loot up at their leisure. But I'm hoping to see the team starting to venture out a little bit more. Start moving out, looking for those engagements. Fate also over in towards Las Leones, going about their business, grabbing their loot, making sure they're good to go, good to roll into the next few phases. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see as we progress on through into that second phase, exactly where the teams could potentially then start rotating up as we do see that zone over towards the western side. And I mean, as we now also move up in towards the northern reaches again, we see the players here from Flair Loyal still also casually going about their business. They are quite at some distance away from zone, but of course it is only the first phase. So nothing too major to worry about just yet.
No, nothing to worry about just yet, except, you know, Flare Loyal team, this is the one team that they need to go on ahead and make this game count. They're the ones that's just on the edge. They need to get a win and a ton of points to be able to qualify for the Super Weekend. So coming out of Cruise, they're someone to keep an eye on. Same with Galaxy Racer jumping on over to them. Speaking of people that are just on the edge, they're currently in 15th place overall. They need to go on ahead and gain a lot of points so that nobody below them inside of this next last game goes on ahead and jumps over them. So both of those teams that we just went on ahead and visited need to make this game count. But of course, there's other people inside of this game that are all trying to do the same thing, so nobody's going to be nice to them. So it's really up to them to be able to play to the best of their ability.
And of course, now we see the players here from the snipers. Just the snipers disengaging from that position that they had over in towards San Martin. Just moving up a little bit closer towards the power grid. It is fairly open for the time being. And this is a rotation we've seen come in from them, especially here today. Moving in time and time again into this angle, waiting to see if they can find those positions.
Now inside Paragood, we know that that's like just off the center here. A bunch of people making a little bit of some movement. Same with Alpha Team. It looks like they might be pulling up over. They're way further over on the eastern side, making their initial rotation as well. I mean, we are finally in that time, 7 minutes in, where these rotations should be well underway. And we can see it once again, really nicely done. I love to see it when we go ahead and watch a team rotating and they stop for a scout, because you know that they're actually going on ahead and making sure that what's in front of them stays safe. You don't want to see any of those blind sends that ends up wiping a team or taking some people out.
Of course, now over in towards La Bendita, we see the players here from NASR making their way on through, just going about their business, exchanging some loot, exchanging some scopes before they continue to push on further. But of course, La Bendita is their home ground. We've seen them drop them time and time again. So they are quite comfortable in this region. But now as we move a little bit further onwards, we can see the players here from Zombies just coming up onto the plateau right there behind the power grid. So again, some interesting positions that we see coming in from the teams as they all now start to rotate a little bit closer in towards the zone. RTG also just off in the distance. But here we go, Zombies pushing straight up onto that higher ground position to find the angle over towards RTG.
Oh, Hanselay spotting out one in the buggy. Instantly going to go for the spray onto RTG. Not quite going to hit. This could potentially be a fight that they want to take. You know, they have a little bit of the high ground. RTG stuck in the compound. Nice shots coming in from Soleil, getting that knock. Of course, we already went on and pointed out earlier, but he is one of the MVPs that we're keeping an eye on early on. And just again and again, we can see that why he was able to hit these very long-range shots, get those knocks in those 1v1 battles. The rest of his team now starting to move up the hill as well to help out.
Yeah, he is just one of those absolutely insane players. But now looking at the zone, we got so many interesting positions we have these teams in. Of course, now depending on where this next phase is going to be taking us, that is where we'll find out exactly how the teams are going to try and make their way on through as the zone now moves again over in towards the southeastern side. So that is a fairly comfortable position that we find the players there from iKURD, as well as the team there from a real Tiger 9. No need for them to start. And also a really good position, especially for the players there from Galaxy Racer, as they are in need of those points, and they don't want to get caught in an uncomfortable position too early in this game.
That they do not. It's so important for them to be able to make it into this late game. And it looks like Zombies Esports, I mean, with this zone shift, they decided that they wanted to go ahead and get a little bit further inside this zone. We can already see that RICO Infinity team directly in front of them, Sniper team up to the north. This is a little bit of an area of danger, so they're going to have to start moving cautiously further inside this zone. And it actually looks like they might just be continuing to go to the south, which is good because that means Sniper and RICO Infinity team are about to start getting into a fight.
Call coming in there from them as the zombies now continue to rotate away, disengaging, trying to find a safe spot to fight from for the coming few zones. But now Galaxy Racer, they moving in towards the north, heading right up towards the zombies, so things could get pretty hairy for them. But now, of course, RICO Infinity still keeping that watchful eye on the side there of snipers. It's a nice change up because we saw the players from YaLLa actually getting caught in this compound in the previous Miramar map.
No longer stuck there. I mean, it looks like YaLLa is going for a little bit of a different approach. I mean, this zone is slightly different, so not wanting to go and take that just yet. So, I mean, Sniper, RICO Infinity, obviously going to take that for themselves, already scattering up on top of this plateau. They want to try it for themselves, you know, see how many fights that they can get into from up there.
Oh, but here we go. GSG now keeping a very watchful eye on the Falcons. And the Falcons, of course, also now just scouting out the area, trying to get a lay of the land and trying to see if they spot any movement. But here we go now. Rex rushing on up straight into the compound. The rest of the squad there from GSG now following up behind him. Omar now having a few shots come in as well, but never alone. Making sure his teammate is never alone as he moves in to provide that extra layer of support. But a nice attack front coming in there from GSG, and a quick reaction also now from Falcons as they move on up. But Boompa on that far off angle could also find a beautiful vantage point in towards GSG.
You can see Never Alone continue to try and toss some nades, but unfortunately that wall getting in his way a little bit. There we go. Now peeking again. He's going to try for the throw. I mean, just one of these nades, whenever a first knock happens, I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing a more aggressive push happening, but I actually really like that GSG left one of their players up above it. He's making sure that nobody can push close while they're using all of their nades onto their building up. There we go. Omar, he's going to start off getting a knock onto one of the members. A bunch more nades coming through, but will Bayhap be able to hold off the push is kind of the question. And also, I think we saw another team kind of looming in the distance. Loyal, actually. Fleur Loyal, they might be getting a little bit interested in all of this ruckus happening over here.
Yeah, definitely getting drawn like moths to a flame, but up they come. A nice bit of a positioning that we have here with the players from Falcons and, of course, GSG. And it's going to be interesting to see, of course, how this one goes, whether or not GSG will be able to find those hits into the side of Falcons and potentially send them off, as the Falcons are coming up with a nice bit of a taunting play, just moving up, trying to figure out where they are before pushing in. Oh, what a rebound with that nade, though. Absolutely amazing skill with the utilities there. But this is still a bit of a dance, as you can see. Never Alone now just limbering up, getting ready. He knows something is coming. He is trying to recover enough health for this fight. Last also keeping a very watchful eye there, just keeping that angle, waiting to see what is going to happen. But of course now Never Alone moving up to the wall just to get a bit of a peek inside. Osama on the far side, but Never Alone sends that molly up. Doesn't really go where he had hoped it would go. But either way, they are still going to continue on with their efforts to try and find that damage. And this, of course, is an important fight for both these teams. GSG and Falcons are in need of those points if they want to secure themselves in the coming Super Weekend.
That is very true. And I mean, the only problem now is that the zone did shift away from them all the way down to the southern side. That means neither of these guys are inside zone, but they need to finish this fight. They need to finish this fight or disengage, and I just don't see a way from the room to really disengage as of right now. So that means they just have to go on ahead and hurry up and get this fight over with. But now even more pressure is being brought onto them, because here comes RTG Esports deciding to get a little bit involved by shooting them from the southern side, but they can at least leave to go towards zone. It looks like they might be doing so, or maybe they'll crash, but the blue zone is in fact upon them.
Yep, the blue zone, of course, now just enveloping these players. Now they need to make that call. We are in the third phase, so this is where the blue zone starts increasing the damage it does. It's nothing too major just yet. They can survive this for the time being, but of course, they need to be very careful with just exactly how they're going to try and maneuver through the zone. As you can see, Falcon still holding up a very strong front in front of the players here from GSG, but GSG now getting ready to mobilize. They are going to try and rotate away, disengage from the fight to move up in towards the zone. They want to fight another zone. Of course, now, as you can see, they leave Bayat right here at the back to keep that watchful eye. Hoping he's got a vehicle to secure that rotation, but Falcon still now in the blue. Need to start thinking of a way to get back in towards the zone, as they are quite some distance away, almost a kilometer out of zone. That is quite a bit of distance, especially on the Miramar map. But now as we jump into the fight right here between NASR and Fate, we can see a nice quick confirm coming in there. Chico cooking up that nade, trying to send it over, trying to find that knock on towards Ragnarok. Will he be able to get it done? Oh, doesn't get the first one, but of course a few more follow suit. And this is a very interesting position for both these teams. But of course, if we look over to the map as well, you can see that zone has shifted up to the north once again.
Nice for the other teams that were just fighting in blue zone that we were spectating, but now Fate and we obviously see that they're all the way down on the southeastern side. Looks like some nade is in fact going to land on some sort of person. Oh no, actually, did they go ahead and knock out their own teammates? So this is not looking good for Fate so far. NASR Esports now prepping their own. They're just going to probably start being more aggressive. And go starting their own nades as well. This is again another question of, are you going to stay here and get involved with this fight, or are you going to start disengaging because of the zone moving very shortly?
Oh man, here we go. Lath now pushing up right on the side, but of course, finds the hit in towards NASR, but it gets taken out as Chico steps on up, providing that cover. But here we go now. Sawi now coming up as well. Ragnarok coming in for the play. Will they be able to get this one done? Oh, come on, it's close. Jump shot gets the hit. There we go. Not done just yet. Oh, Hagen. They're from NASR now, way off in the blue zone. A really strange maneuver. I would have thought he could maybe try and push in and get a bit aggressive, but either way, here we are. Now as we jump over towards SUDOR and the players here, of course, from iKURD, we're battling it out for control of this compound. The Molly is now in play, and this is where things get pretty tough for them. Of course, you can see the players now getting succumbing it to the blue zone, but the shots coming in to the side here of iKURD as Helm End now is right there, getting rushed, and down he goes. Beautiful play from SUDOR, but of course the utilities getting sent in once again. Absolute bombardment, and it's looking so tough for them.
Yeah, iKURD again, another team that wants to go on ahead and stay alive, but of course GUNZ, one of our top teams here, getting in a fight with RTG as well, both completely out in the open, and GUNZ looks like they're going to actually come up on top there. RTG Esports eliminated. We actually saw multiple teams eliminated in the past minute, honestly. We're just down to 12 teams left, and it's because the zone, it hard shifted first of all, and it hard shifted in a place where there aren't too many places for teams to be able to play, so there's very few places for people to go and hide effectively, and that's why we see a lot of these teams actually taking the fights for them at this point.
Yeah, and we can see now Ragnarok there trying to find that angle on towards Hassan. He doesn't have a lot of hiding spaces left. And of course, we've got the Galaxy Racers just towards the north of that position, but also now looking over towards Isawi. You can see him now closing the distance between himself and the players there from the Fanatic Zombies. So things could get quite interesting, especially down in this angle as we see the players here from the iKURD also now just gaining their own entry in towards the zone. But of course, this is such a highly congested section of the map here, as we can see the zombies also in the vicinity sending up their nades. Ooh, Rawan feeling a little bit of that damage coming in as Break and Hamco now just sends those nades off one after the other, followed up by some mollies in the mix.
A lot of smoke now coming up. This is the area where you definitely need to be collecting those smokes to provide any sort of recovery. You can see nades even coming through, destroying their vehicle. Looks like they're not going to be able to make any more rotations from here. And luckily, that zone is actually going to pull down to the southeastern side. So it looks like they're not quite going to have to anyway, luckily for them. But that's obviously still not going to stop all the teams around them tossing towards a ton of util in their direction. As, I mean, it looks like most of these teams, Real Tiger 9, Zombies, they want these kills, and it's just kind of a waiting game at this point. Soon they're going to have to make a push towards the zone, though, and we can already see that minimap that there's 2 more teams holding them out, so it's going to be very difficult for iKURD to be able to make it, who, as we already know, is just on the edge.
Oh, what a shot coming in there from Surprise. Now we know why he's called Surprise. Some surprising hits right into the side there of iKURD, but of course now let's see whether or not they'll be able to get a Surprise, finding those shots in towards Rawan, but now trying to wrap around, trying to find the aim into the side of Zombies. You can see the players there from Alpha Legends also just up ahead. All the teams now starting to converge down in towards the southern region. We see the zone shifting up, but of course, this is going to be a very hairy fight. Look at the convergence there. I mean, so many teams positioned down in towards that eastern side. You can see just up ahead there, rather the western side, as we have the players here from Real Tiger 9 now making their way on in, pulling up right alongside the players here from Zombies. So will Saleh be able to hold his own against the players here? It is going to be a pretty tough one, but we know Saleh is capable of doing that. But of course, now will we see it once again as he finds that first shot in towards Real Tiger? Gets ready for the second one. Will he be able to find the confirmed second one? Will he find the last one though? Surprise! The last remaining player there now for the players from Real Tiger. No, he wasn't. Up comes Volt, just vaulting himself out of the vehicle, and up they go. Come on, it is going to be such a close call. Oh, they now just spread so thin, and ooh, the shots are just finding their way on through. As you can see, Surprise now popping out the window, tries to bounce in for the hits, and down they go. Wow. What a play that was. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. And Saleh picking up so many hits from that break, of course, being the one to seal the deal. But now strumping straight in towards the players here from RICO Infinity 8 and the team from Sniper up in the northern reaches of the zone. Both teams battling it out frantically, trying to get it, but it seems like the hits are just flying in effortlessly from RICO Infinity as they seal the deal and sends the players there from the Snipers back into the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, both the fights that we just watched, I mean, we know this Lee is super strong. We've watched him perform a 1v3 against a team before. It looks like he almost went out ahead and did it again. But of course, the help of his team game, able to come in and clutch out, help him with all of that. And RICO Infinity team being able to clear up this northern side. We saw the zone shift once again. They're actually not really inside of this new zone, unfortunately. But they do have the northern side to themselves. It's just a matter of who do they push at this point, because they have 2 options. Either push directly down to the south where that compound is, or push further to the east where the gas station is, neither of which are a really easy decision, but they cannot stay there that much longer.
I mean, the only ideal positions to take is a little bit further up where we see the players there from GUNZ and of course NASR, but it is also a very exposed position to be in. As you can see, the Zombies now trying to move on up, but iKURD, Rawan steps out, finds the hits, but Break now coming in, finding a few more shots back up in exchange, trading off the damage. But now we're waiting to see just how the players here from iKURD are going to try and push on in. Of course, we are only sitting on 2 remaining players. That is Rawan and Azur. And Azur now, just trying to recover a little bit of health as Rawan gets knocked right on out. But that zone is about to start closing on in, and they're going to start running out of time. The players there from RICO Infinity now need to make a push. Zombie already starting to push on in as they are fortifying their own way in towards the zone. They don't have cover, but they're going to use the vehicles as that cover. The players here from Alpha, of course, now just holding onto their compounds, trying to set up that gatekeep position, finding the hits. But here we go, Zombies coming up as RICO Infinity just lasers up towards them. But up comes Rayman as well, finding the shots in towards Break, stopping him right there in his tracks. But Zombies not out of the woods just yet. They need to continue to try and push on up. We see Alpha now just coming in with that carnage, capitalizing on that. And of course, we see the players from Fate getting sent right back into the lobby. iKURD now still trying to make their play, as we see them all the way still down in the south, just in front of the zone, but they've got so much ground to cover, as we see NASR now getting ended there by the hand of Azza as he moves on up. 6 teams remain, and it is a very tough zone. Not a lot of hard cover for these teams really to make much use of, but either way, they are still going to try and play their utmost best. As you can see, the players here from RICO Infinity finding head after head into the side of the zombies.
Yeah, at this point, it's all these teams are trying to create their own hard cover, but as you can see, everybody has some sort of an angle on a RICO Infinity team. We already know has a little bit of a difficult spot there up on the northern side, soon not being able to play it. Even some of them continuing to get knocked because Alpha Legends just tossing in so much util. This zone is small enough where that util could be huge. That one almost hitting, but RICO Infinity team will be able to get away from it as for now. But of course, since they're kind of stuck up here, this is really where they're trying to farm those kills, getting those knocks so that they can make some sort of a play off of it. They're just kind of waiting patiently for it to happen.
Oh man, third body on third body on third body now coming its way on through, and of course that zone shifting up in towards the southwest once again. This is going to be a really difficult rotation for zombies as they are out in the open. They need to find safe passage in towards the zone. It's going to be really tough to find, as you can see Hamko and Human just holding up. But of course, as we look up in towards the north, the Galaxy Racer team, they are still here. They are still holding on. They are one of the 5 teams to make it up in towards these late phases. So they are obviously going to try and play their utmost best. But now Alpha having a few shots coming in towards them. As you can see, Kaito now feeling those shots coming in there from Human. But now the players here from RICO Infinity positioned up in the north. They're not in the zone. They need to find a way on in, but the shots are finding their way on through as Kaito steps on up. And also now we see SUDOR finding a nice shot in on the side there of Alpha into the hands of RICO Infinity. But Kaito sending up the mollies, trying to secure that angle. We can see GUNZ now in a bit of a tough here with the Galaxy Racers, as Galaxy tries to push a little bit further inwards, a little bit further onwards. They still need to find a way into the zone. But RICO Infinity holding on to spots and angle into the side there of Alpha. Will they try and follow up on that find? Of course, now Zombies capitalizing on their own positioning, finding the hits in towards RICO Infinity as they try to reposition up in towards zone. Quite a bit of carnage now just happening across the board as QTAL gets taken down, Khalid goes down, and of course gets thirsted as well. You can see Max now also succumbing to the shots. QTAL getting thirsted on up. Alpha Legends, finding the hits in towards Prestige, and down goes RICO Infinity. But now also the shots at the hand of the players here from GUNZ, just finding the shots. Ultron now trying to make a play here for Galaxy. Will he be able to make it though? It is so crazy.
Yeah, I mean, all these pushes are really difficult, so this is where that gunplay utility use really comes into play. Even right there, we just saw GUNZ Esports eliminated. A fight happening through that smoke. We'd only have 3 teams left. The Galaxy Racers, Zombies, and Alpha Legends. Let's see what they're going to be able to pull off here. We see that Human is one of the last ones up for Zombies. They're trying to spot out the Alpha Legends, but they're currently being dealt with the Galaxy Racers, so this is a really difficult position for all of them. And honestly, I feel like Zombies Esports has one of the better positions while these other few teams are fighting, and you can see he's just being able to pick up these kills.
I mean, Alpha Legends, they are looking so strong. Already sitting on 8 kills. They can acquire many more as they try to push on through. But of course, as you mentioned, we've got Galaxy Racer up in that far side, holding that angle. We've got the players then also right there alongside them, being the players from Zombies. So it's a really tough call here for Zombies. Humam, the last remaining player for the team, is he going to try and make a play? Is he going to try and rush it? How is he going to try and make his way through to survive this zone? But of course now, blue zone is starting to close on in. MJ now just quickly dashing into the zone. Ultron is bleeding out very slowly. But a really difficult position to try and heal up as the shots now go straight up into the side there of Alpha as Reman gets knocked. MJ looking fine for now, not having any health though, but has the confidence, has the trust in the gun skill. As you can see, of course, Reman goes down. Wow. Zombies succumb to the zone. But this is the play now. Alpha coming in. MJ, the only player standing between them and that chicken dinner, and they seal the deal. Wow, what a play. Alpha Legends rather coming in to claim that chicken dinner and finishing off on 10 kills.
Again, a big game for them. Yeah, that was actually really hard for them actually going into the end there. But being able to get that compound that the zone ended up continuing to pull towards, they were able to play. I mean, we even saw them playing at that tiny little half wall right on the outskirts of the compound for as long as they could. So that was able to protect them for as long as possible while the rest of the zone was just succumbed to chaos. And we actually ended up seeing a lot of teams that were putting themselves in good positions come out really close to the end as well. One of them being GSG grabbing that second space spot, and Zombies being able to make their rotation all the way from the southern side, being able to just stick it in there, hide on their vehicles. Really good use of them as well. So I think that was really well played for all of them. That was really a hard lane to go ahead and play out of. There's absolutely nothing to play off of, basically.
I mean, that was just an insane match. But of course, we'll be right back after the break with the stats, highlights, and breakdown of the match that we just witnessed. Hello and welcome back. What a tough match we just saw over on Miramar. That of course being our fourth match of the day over on the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. Oh, that was just insane, Span. That was insane. A really challenging zone. Such a difficult angle for these teams to try and rotate on through and trying to find enough hard cover to just fight from.
It really was difficult, and I mean, I really liked what the final three teams did. I already kind of touched on it, one of the teams being able to be in that compound directly beside it, using those half walls as cover. Same with GSG coming out of one of the compounds at the very end, bringing over some vehicles. We saw one of them hiding out on his buggy for a little bit, but it was hard to be. And the other one actually bringing their vehicles for hard cover as well, being Zombies. But let's go ahead and look at those stats and see how people were able to go ahead and get points. Alpha Legends looks like they're currently in first with a total of 25 total points from that match. Zombies Esports in second with 16. Galaxy Racer able to go on ahead, bring themselves all the way into third place total points. They grabbed second place. They got 2 kill points, 14 points total. RICO Infinity also in fourth with 14 points as well. GUNZ Esports fifth, 12 points. iKURD Esports in sixth with 8. NASR Esports with 7, and Fate Esports with 5.
And then as we look at the second page, of course, we see the snipers there sitting in 9th place on 5 points. We've got SUDOR Esports in 10th on 2. Then, of course, we got the players there from Real Tiger 9, Fanatic Zombies, and Falcon Esports, each sitting on 1 point apiece. That, of course, being in 11th, 12th, and 13th place. We got RTG Esports over in 14th place. We got the players from Flare Loyal in 15th. And then, of course, the players there from Arab GSG over in 16th place. And as we move over in towards our total damage graph, you can just see how much damage these teams have put in that last match. Miramar, of course, being so demanding with regards to damage, and Alpha Legion bringing in 2,601 damage and converting 10 kills out of that. Of course, if we look over towards RICO Infinity, you can see 2,176 damage, 8 kills getting converted from that, and the Zombies, of course, on 1,544 damage with a 6 kill conversion. That is some really, really tough stats.
It looks like this time around on Miramar, everybody, the kills were a little bit more spread out. Last time it was definitely more condensed. And let's also go ahead and take a look at some player sets as well coming out of that. You can see Human from Zombies, Raymond from Alpha Legends, Prestige from RICO Infinity Team, and again, Chaos from Alpha Legends. Take a look at those stats, DK.
Man, that's just crazy. I mean, look at the amount of damage that Chaos had done there. I mean, 2 players from Alpha Legends stepping on, showcasing right here. We got the kills, of course, coming in there as well. Prestige with that prestigious performance. Chaos, I mean, again, no surprise coming in there. And we look at the survival times as well. Some pretty decent plays that we had coming in across the board. But no surprise to see 2 players from Alpha Legends finding themselves up in towards those stats.
They're able to go on ahead and do a lot, and let's go ahead and take a look at what they were able to grab with some of those highlights again from the game. So far, looks like a lot of early edge fighting, as we saw. It was a lot of teams ended up fighting on the edge here, trying, I think, to be aggressive, in that they thought that they had a little bit of a hold on some of these teams to try taking the fight, grabbing those kills. Obviously, it worked out for some, but some of them just turned into a bunch of them waiting to get into zone, taking some blue damage before they ended up just attempting to disengage, and that ended up hurting them later on. It was difficult for them to go on ahead and make it into this next zone. Okay, find a spot to be able to actually play. And again, Salih, our MVP from Zombies, being able to pull out a huge knocks there with this fight with his team. His team, honestly, being able to come up here and help him out was a huge situation. That's where, when you talk about team fighting, that's a great example.
Yeah, that was some really phenomenal performances that we had coming in there from Salih once again. But now, I mean, Alpha just finding themselves in such a beautiful position. This was a really tough zone, and it's interesting to see just how the zone kind of flowed and made its way all the way to where we see it in these final few zones. Just how the players from Alpha were able to position themselves and find a good angle, just bringing in all those kills, wreaking havoc throughout the zone. But of course, just look at this absolutely effortless play though. I mean, Rehman, the rest of the team, just such a great finish for them. And of course, now as we had Humam finishing up in that final zone as well, trying to make that last call to see what would work best. It was such a tough one, and MJ then coming, or rather MJ coming in there at the end. Down they go. That was just an insane match through and through for Alpha. So a really good one for them once again. But now we are getting ready to move into our final match of the day, which of course will be taking us back over in towards the Sanhok reaches, right? So this is the match in which we won't be seeing the players from RTG, Galaxy Racers, Flare Loyal, and the Snipers, right? they've come to the end of the day. They just finished up in that Miramar map. But of course, we now see the players from YaLLa, Ra'ad, HOTLINE, and SCYTES. They are coming back again to also now wrap up their final match for the day. In fact, all the remaining teams, this is their last game, their last show, heading straight in towards that Sanhok reaches. So, based on what we've seen so far today, what are you expecting to see in the final match? Any particular team that you think would be standing out in this final show?
Well, obviously, I'm going to be keeping an eye on YaLLa Esports. Now they're back. I mean, they were dominating the 2 games before they had their little break game, so maybe they'll be able to go ahead and continue get that turkey like we were talking about earlier. But also, Ra'ad, HOTLINE. HOTLINE was the other team that ended up doing really well. So both of them, they were absolutely dominating in those last few games, and maybe it'll go on ahead and continue. But also, the few other points from what happened, we saw some of those teams might not. Well, we'll take a look at the overall standings a little bit later, but let's actually go ahead and compare some teams in that last game as well. We can see that RICO Infinity team and Zombies Esports, just look at the difference in damage. RICO Infinity team 2176 versus Zombies Esports 1544, and honestly, they weren't too far off in terms of kills anyway, with 8 versus 6.
Well, it's also interesting to notice that, I mean, we had the players from RICO Infinity. They had 9 knocks, and from the 9 knocks, it converted into 8 kills, right? If we look at, you know, the other stats that we had there, it's pretty neck in neck with the spread that we have across the board, right? It's pretty neck in neck. It's a very close call. So I'm looking to see how that kind of then translates into what we'll be seeing in this final match. You know, whether or not we'll be having a lot more of that neck-in-neck kind of fighting coming in between the teams. Because, I mean, let's have a look at the overall standings. That will help explain the whole situation a little bit better, right? So if we look at the top, you can see the players there from YaLLa. They are holding on 7 games deep, sitting on 100 points. We got GUNZ sitting over in 2nd place, also 7 games. 2 chicken dinners for both YaLLa and GUNZ. GUNZ sitting on 88. We got Zombies in 3rd place on 80 points. Then we got Fate coming in, Chicken Dinner, 4th place, 73. We got the players there from RICO Infinity, one of the teams we were just looking at, of course, coming in 5th place, 72 points. As we move on to the next part of it, this is the teams, the kind of the list that we have at the current moment of the teams that we could potentially see making it all the way through into that super weekend. With the only difference being the teams at the lower end of this page might maybe still get moved out, depending on, of course, exactly who we have. And you can see we've got the players from Ra'ad, we've got Falcon, we've got Flare Loyal, and then of course Arab GSU. So looking at the points coming in from 17th, 18th up into 16th place, if these teams manages to bring in that final push, that final play, that last phenomenal performance, it could maybe be enough, because I'd really like to see the players from Ra'ad, for instance, make it back in towards Super Weekend again.
I would as well. And I mean, I was going to say there's a couple of points of the people that aren't playing again in this last game. You already went on ahead and called them out. RGG Esports, Galaxy Racer, Flare Loyal Team, and the Snipers. There's already a few of those guys that they're solidified in that overall ranking that we already went on ahead and looked like. Flare Loyal Team, it doesn't look like they're going to go on ahead and make it this week, this time around. Galaxy Racer right now, they actually might have a chance. They're currently in 14th place. They could go on ahead and hold that position. They currently have a total of 43 points, and the cutoff as of right now, the 16th place team has 31. So it's still a tiny bit close. Some of those teams could go on ahead and make a little bit of a threatening move, but otherwise they could go on ahead and make it into their first super weekend. So I'm kind of hoping that they go on ahead and make it, but of course there's still a few teams down there by that little switching point that have one last game, and they're going to be able to go on ahead and play their all, honestly, on their last Sanhok game.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see as we move in. You know, there's so much that can still happen in this match, as we've seen teams, you know, at times just coming out of nowhere with an absolutely insane performance. And I mean, I'm hoping to see a step up coming in from Ra'ad, and of course from the players from Arab GSG, as they're currently sitting at the lower end of that. And you mentioned the players from Flare Loyal. We saw their last match, you know, so they're not going to be in this one. So I'm curious to see exactly what the final standings will look like after this match, and of course how the teams are going to go through it Will we see that aggressive play coming in from the teams? Will we see them get hungry for the skills, get hungry for the action? Because this is the last chance they have in this week to make it through into the Super Weekend. So, I mean, of course, as we know, for the PUBG Mobile Pro League, that is where it matters, is the Super Weekend. That is where the points matter. That is the points that decide who gets into the finals of the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So, I mean, if you haven't yet found yourself in that final Super Weekend, you want to try and get in there, because not only do the points matter, but also the players, the teams get awarded for the chicken dinners that they get in the Super Weekends as well.
Yeah, it's just so important to go on ahead and make it into the Super Weekends. Really, there's the qualifying rounds. At this point, if any of these teams don't make it into the Super Weekend for the second time, I don't know if they'll have a chance to make it into a final. So there are a few teams that kind of, nail-biting situations that need to go on ahead and make it to have a chance. They need to go on ahead and regain those points. But as we're moving into our last game, the plane is about to start moving. We're about to see who exactly is going to go on ahead and qualify for a second Super Weekend.
Well, I'm expecting some quality stuff to come in from this final match. As you can see, we are making our way in from the north, heading it down towards the south. That is just a wild guesstimation. Of course, coming in, we're about to pop over into the map. Ooh, we got some stickmen falling out of the air. They're not even gliding.
Yeah.
they just falling straight down. It's always so funny when you get those animations. Yeah. It is quite entertaining. But of course, as you can see, the flight path pretty much coming in from HOTLINE, heading down to what seems to be Camp Charlie, docks, that region kind of there. So again, a fairly okay-ish flight path. I mean, not that the flight path really matters too much on Sanok, but this is what we've been waiting for, to see where that zone goes, and it shifts all the way up in towards the north. Now this is going to be an interesting zone, as we've got a few teams positioned down in towards the south, and of course still making their way down. We're going to be waiting to see just how they're going to try and rotate up, and especially with the waterway being in the play, it's going to make for a few interesting maneuvers.
I do think that this plane path does have a little bit of a sway on this first phase, since it went all the way down to Sami. So many teams did go ahead and jump out down there, and that means they're going to have to push up into this circle. So all of it was over to the western side. The first phase is a little bit more over to the east, so we're going to see some of these teams, the majority of these teams actually outside of the zone on the southern side, try to struggle to figure out a way inside. Honestly, in a situation like this, I would just go all the way around towards the eastern side. I would make that huge rotation.
Well, it could be interesting, and of course, speaking about interesting, we see it in NASR and YaLLa right here. Hassan are now doing a dance up on the roof. Could be roofless, we don't know, we'll find out soon enough. And of course now, using the opportunity to quickly move back in, grab some weapons. Fortunately, not being able to jump at the opportunity of finding a few shots into the side of YaLLa, but YaLLa looking quite confident as they now move in towards boot camp, just setting up their dominance there. But now we look over towards the players here from iKURD and of course RICO Infinity, as they are also pretty close to boot camp yet again.
I'm kind of wondering if they're going to post up on top of the roof once again and start shooting down onto YaLLa. What a little bit of a frustrating situation. I mean, in that, though, I feel like they would just move up to the northern side and just get out of there in general, especially because the zone is up to the northeast. But we'll end up seeing how that develops. But we'll also see what is Ra'ad doing. They're going for a boat tate on Sandhawk. Where exactly are they going?
Up. That's where they're going. They're going up, and away. Way around that far western side of the map. So yeah, I definitely look forward to see where they eventually crash into. As you can see them now just up ahead there of the Fanatic Zombies. So Blood not really spotting them out just yet. Oh. Or that's Bood. I don't know.
He just missed
but either
them.
Way, that was, I mean, if he was able to spot them there and take aim, that could be the end of Ra'ad right there.
It could have been. That's why I was like totally expecting him to be able to see it. Maybe they were just a little bit too far away for him to hear. But as he was running up to the building, if he was a little second slower, he would have definitely saw them. But you can see he's trying to make a rotation into the water because GSG currently in front of him. He needs to get around them so he doesn't run directly into this enemy team. But the enemy team is already taking shots at his teammates, so maybe he'll be able to get a little bit of an angle on the side of them that could go on ahead and help out his team to push up this hill themselves.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing a strong play coming in there from GSG. I mean, I'm gonna keep on saying that until we see that come in from them. You know, they've got the potential, waiting to see that happen, but of course now they also have that potential to bounce on the Fanatic Zombies. So positioning is key here. I mean, you don't want to overcommit, you don't want to overexpose yourself too early. Yeah, you could try and use that surprise element as we see Rex and Co now move into the compounds. But here we go. I mean, Bood, he's just lying in wait. He's waiting. It's like, all right, if you want to come to the beach, I got you covered. You know, you can make the rush. I'll sort you out.
It looks like he just perfectly has a tiny little lip right there. Oh, but he does see one of them trying to scoot back a little bit so he's not spotted out once again. In a situation like this, I mean, his friends, his teammates could go on ahead and make it up the hill in front of them to try and save out their teammates, and it might pick him up some kills. Oh, but he was, in fact, spotted, so this is not looking good for Bood. Nope. Looks like he's actually going to find himself down, and at this point, I don't know if Fanatic Zombies are want to go on ahead and engage in that at all.
Well, I can tell you, Bood is not in the best of moods right now as he gets sent on over.
Is he brooding?
But now it is up to... Yeah, it could be. It could be. I mean, you know, everything is now up to Mexico and Boyka, you know, and Chills. I mean, I'm waiting to see what Fnatic is going to be doing with this, but I'm liking the show that we have from GSG. You know, I want to see a little bit more of an improvement on that, but either way, we're still seeing the performance coming in from them, and I'm hoping as we progress through the tournament that the confidence will start building and they start giving a bit of a stronger performance, as it is improving as we go through. Just looking at the first week into this week already, so much of an improvement coming in from them, but now here comes that situational awareness play. Are they going to try and maybe, you know, improve their standings towards the players there from Fnatic? Or are they just going to keep that distance? On the other hand, though, we see the players here from the Zombies just up above the players from a HOTLINE. And with what we've seen from HOTLINE before on Sanhok, they have that ability. I mean, especially Thanos. If he starts warming up his fingers, you know something's going to go down.
True. I mean, it looks like they're interested in going on ahead, pushing into this compound. Do they realize that there's somebody in here? HOTLINE Esports, we saw them pop off in the last few matches. Will they be able to do it again? It looks like Bombay's ready. Zombies, here they come. Oh, but it's going to be Bombay that falls first. Thanos is now the last one up, an entire 4-man on top of him, and he didn't have his gun out. He also falls directly after his teammate.
That is just a fat rip. Oh man, Thanos, no, why? But of course now, Molly is still alive and running. Of course now, trying to find a good position to move into. As this is now going to be an absolutely crucial part to play. I mean, the Zombies, they came up rushing in so aggressively, so beautifully. They weren't even phased. They didn't even flinch at the nades and the potential shots that flew their way.
They did not. They were on a mission. We can also see, interesting, looks like SUDOR Esports, they're currently playing over on the western side. iKURD holding that hill, so it looks like YaLLa not going to be able to grab it again this time. I mean, I don't even think they want to. They probably went on ahead, rotated out to the northern side, but SUDOR also trying to use this as their own rotation path. It seems like currently being held out, so they're just trying to patiently wait. Already starting to swim a tiny bit, maybe to get up on the northern side using that water, but otherwise, it seems like a lot of these guys are just waiting for the next zone to pop before they make a move. And as we can see, we're almost there.
Yeah, definitely almost there. And another team that is almost there is Fate, as they are almost on top of last there from Falcon. So it's going to be interesting to see. I think, I thought he was AFK, but I mean, Fate, everybody is just patiently waiting. They're buying their time, trying to strategize as best they can, trying to see who's going to be the easiest team to take on, as this is the final opportunity they have here today to secure those points to get into our second super weekend. So definitely expecting a few interesting plays to come in, and of course everybody's still just making their way around. SUDOR also just going for a bit of a splash, just trying to cool down, trying to stay and remain as calm as possible as they make their way on through. And all the teams, in fact, are trying to find a decent position to set themselves up perfectly for this coming phase. We have got a few teams still down in the south, so you know, we got Moltu all the way down in the far south. The GUNZ also making their way around, still there close to Sami, as well as the players there from RICO Infinity also still holding up in the blue. But if we look to the zone itself, we see Fate, we see Falcon, we see the players from Ra'ad, all there right alongside each other. And this is tension that is just building, and it's going to crack anytime soon. Oh!
A nice nade coming in from Falcons. Falcons, honestly, this fight could be good for them. They need this fight to work out for them if they're hoping to go on ahead and make it into the last chance qualifiers once again. We already went on ahead and pointed out they were so dominant in the last chance qualifiers that if they make it again, they could potentially recreate it. But the first step, obviously, is to do well in the qualifiers. So picking up a few kills onto Fate, that could definitely pull them in the right direction. Currently in 18th place. This, honestly, everything is on the line in this situation. So will Fate go on ahead and ruin this for them? I guess is the next main question. It looks like they're actually going to trade some damage with those nades so far, but nothing else coming out of it just yet.
Well, either way, it will be Fate. So let's see now. Will it be Fate in favor of Falcons, or will it be Fate in favor of Fate? As now Falcons are trying to secure that position, but YaLLa are starting to move on up as well. So there could be a third party on the rise, as we do see the players from Fate slightly exposed in the current position. Falcons taking a bit more of a conservative approach here, using those hard covers, not rushing up unnecessarily. So, of course, now, what a shot that was. Ragnarok running straight into that one. Falcon last, of course, now sealing the deal. Oh, Reef now also getting hit. But here we go. Last now still trying to push on up, trying to make a quick play as his teammates are now also feeling a little bit of pressure. Nothing too much just yet. But YaLLa is coming in, adding on with that third party.
Unfortunate, honestly, for Falcons, because they wanted those kills, but at least it will save them or protect them a little bit from anybody else pushing onto the position. They do have to go on ahead and lay prone now, though, being a little bit more cautious through the windows, because now they obviously know that YaLLa is looking at them from above on top of the hill. It looks like they are actually getting shot at as well, though, so they're going to have to play up on top of the hill by themselves. Falcon still alive, still has a chance, still inside zone.
Man, it's going to be a pretty tough one, but of course, this is the beauty of Sanop. Just when you think you've got a secure position, there's always a team that can come in with a third party right in behind you. And of course, you can see Ra'ad right there in the mix. But I mean, in the meantime, the players here from Zombies just having a few nades getting flung in their direction. And Omar Damar rather holding up behind the wood. Would he be able to make it as Echo now steps on up, comes in with an AK. Oh, he is lit on fire, but finds the knock. What a brave play that was, but the Zombies are taking a little bit of damage as well. As you can see, Hamco getting knocked on out. Falcons still holding up on the front line there alongside the players there from YaLLa. And this is now where YaLLa tries to find that angle. They can see SUDOR up ahead as well. But they are trying to take on quite a few teams. If we're honest now, I mean, they're trying to challenge almost everybody that's in the area.
They are. I mean, at this point, there's so many people coming in behind them. This zone, I mean, it's centering around there. The zone's about to pop as well. It could be a place that everybody wants to take. And as you can see with this next zone shift, it actually is pulling up to the northern side once again. So it's definitely an area of interest. A lot of people are going to be making a rotation up through that hill. And that means there's kind of a double-edged sword. Do you stay there and potentially take all the fights, get all the kills? Or do you stay there and get in all the fights and potentially get taken out?
Oh, I mean, it could go either which way, and it's a really difficult call to make. So, yeah, we're going to be finding out, of course, in due time just exactly what calls these players decide to make. As we can see Phobia from the sides here, not just keeping a very watchful eye on that window. YaLLa, however, in the meantime, feeling a little bit of pressure. As you can see, Bandar rather getting shot at as Rashid finds those shots right into the side. Powerful now starting to move on up as well. And of course, SUDOR, they just keeping their angles covered as best they can. But this is going to be interesting fight as we see the players from SUDOR now starting to wrap around the team here from YaLLa. YaLLa just on the edge of zone, still needing to find their way in. But of course now Rashid just up ahead here of Ida. Let's see, will they be able to get this one out? Yamaz now also just moving up. So nice 2-2 split coming in, potentially even a 2-1-1 split as YaLLa just makes their way through the region, trying to find any of the potential angles they can onto the side here of SUDOR. So it's going to be a pretty tough one. Oh, Rashid strikes, finds the hit, but goes down. Nice quick reactions coming in there from Yamaz. But let's see now, will they be able to continue with that momentum? Will they continue to find the shots in towards SUDOR?
SUDOR, I mean, there's only 2 of them left, but you can see that they also have the hard cover. I mean, there's the potential that they're not even going to make a rotation in that direction, kind of staying over to the left-hand side, but Bendar definitely going to go check it out at least first, and potentially heard that little scooter driving away. SUDOR, I mean, they heard that fighting, they didn't even want to deal with it. They're just going to go on ahead and grab the car. I mean, if they're going to go on ahead and risk going into this next zone, why not just go on ahead and drive straight on in and get a better position? If you're going to have to crash something later or earlier, just go on ahead and do it now and grab the best position possible. And so far, it looks like they ended up working out for them, sending it straight into Cow with Rahad.
I mean, what a way to make an entry, crashing straight into the building of all things. I mean, finding an open door there, but now Raad finding an open door as well. There was a grenade on the other side, so not the most pleasant door to be finding, but either way, they now return the favor on towards SUDOR, sending a beautiful one up. Now Sadat just keeping a watchful eye on that doorway. You can see Hidan not too far away, also just keeping that position over towards the south as his teammate now gets sent back into the lobby. Bellhop, of course, finishing it off. But a very interesting position up in the north there as well. I mean, Alpha taking that angle far up north, it could be an advantageous one for them. But now we also see the players here from the Falcons and Fate battling things out over on the western side. It is a pretty challenging region, pretty challenging territory for these players to be fighting in.
It is completely out in the open, basically, on the side of these hills. There's definitely a few rocks, a few trees, but otherwise very much open. If they start pushing into the bull, people all the way on the other side could honestly see them and start taking shots. So FalconsEsport, they're definitely taking this a little bit more carefully. Looks like SUDOR Esports are going to be eliminated at the same time, but Fate to also make a rotation away. There's just a few people over here, basically, all playing the same terrain and all trying to get inside this next zone.
Yeah, and it is going to be a very tough entry indeed. But now Falcons trying to recover some health. Never alone. Just right there alongside Bomba. We got Lathe up on the hill. Tries to pop off a quick few shots into the side of Falcons. Fortunately for Falcons, they managed to move in behind that hard cover. But of course, it is going to be a pretty difficult zone to enter, especially on this western side with so many teams on the side of those compounds over in towards the tough front line. But YaLLa still now making their way on through. So much damage just erupting throughout this region. As you can see, the players here from Real Tiger now coming under fire. A surprise gets knocked right on down. YaLLa also feeling the pressure as those nades come sending into the window. Eagle keeping a very eager eye there, but of course a nice utility getting sent up, pops out the window. Up comes Powerful. Eagle steps up, retaliates, finds the hit. Bandar finds the hit in exchange though. What a back and forth between these two. Now Jigsaw and Volt, the two remaining players for Real Tiger 9. Will they be able to send those nades in and do the necessary damage? Of course, well, that one finds the spot right on. Jigsaw cooking up yet another nade, sends it off. Is it going to be the one to seal the deal? Well, he picks up the kill on towards Bandar, and that seals the fate for YaLLa. Back they go right into the lobby.
Yeah, you can see him spinning around, making sure that Rez is also going to be safe. Meanwhile, another team going to go out. They've made it into the top 11, and of course, everybody's still making these moves to try and get further inside zone. We can see Zombies Esports actually taking shots at, everybody taking shots at a lot of people from long range. Each of them kind of having their own compound. It's kind of just a firefight from afar, except over there on the western side of Cow. We're about to see a lot of fighting happening over there as a ton of people are actually playing on the edge.
I mean, Cow is looking crazy. The East there with the players from GUNZ and RICO Infinity, that is also looking pretty tough. But we're going to be seeing, of course, how the teams from this Western front are going to try and make their way on in, as we've got NASR just behind them. We've got the players from Alpha really well set up right in that zone. Of course, now we wait to see where the next one goes, and it centers up beautifully, smack dab in the middle. So the teams that are already working on those rotations, working on a plan to get into the next phase, they now can, of course, just try and follow through with that. But this is where things are going to get super tough for Falcons and Ra'ad. As you can see, Sadat trying to find those heads in towards Falcon. But NASR steps in on the side. A beautiful grenade finding its first one through. Now will the next one seal the deal? Oh, but Tinka just tinkering away at the damage there.
Some really nice knocks coming through. There's no way the Falcons Esports are going to be able to get that next res, and it looks like with that last spray into them, Falcons Esports is going to be our next team eliminated. 10 now alive. The other ones are going to be able to continue on with their rotation rod. Oh, they hear a vehicle making a move directly above them. It's NASR, and a ton of nades now raining down onto them as well, because there's another team holding them out, and that is Zombies getting the first knock onto one of them.
Oh, and Alpha now stepping into the mix as well. You can see NASR now coming under fire as Chico gets knocked on out. So things looking super tough for NASR. As you can see, they're now trying to huddle up, trying to get those reses going. Hassan and Miracle now facing quite a challenging task here. They need to try and pull off those reses, but the blue zone is closing, and there's so many teams in the vicinity. Everybody is trying to bring in their 2 cents to the fight, but here we go. Zombies now steps out of the compound, finds their head in towards NASR. Off they go. Ra'ad now also trying to gain their own way in towards zone, but yet again, they're facing all these challenges. Zombies right there alongside them. iKURD feeling the pressure as well. 6 teams now remain. Ra'ad still alive. Sadat making a play out in the blue zone, of course. We got Hamko and Human just right up ahead, just waiting in anticipation. But some laser shots now finding their way on in as well. You can see the sights getting knocked out, but of course Phobia there from the sights retaliating, finding those hits into the side there of the Zombies. Oh, down goes Ra'ad, and with that they get sent right back into the lobby as Sadat is no more. But now, look at the players here from Real Tiger 9, still sitting on all 4 players alive. A really decent positioning down in towards the southern reaches of the zone. 5 teams remain, and of course, now scratch that, make that 4, as the sights get caught in the sights, and also another team there, GUNZ, also getting caught in the sights of Alpha. This is an absolute chaotic zone. Oh, make that 2. Zombies go down as well. It is now Alpha up against Real Tiger 9. They are not stopping at anything. But look at this. The players from Real Tiger 9 already sitting on 8 kills. 1 kill away from 9. Will they be able to bring that last one in? As the players from Alpha now make their push on in from the north, trying to find a secure angle to come on into. But Real Tiger 9 are so well set up already within the zone. It's going to be pretty difficult for Alpha. As you can see, SUDOR now getting knocked out as well. Captain, my captain, getting caught by the tree. The last man down with the ship. Will he be able to outlast that blue zone? It's going to be such a difficult one. But Real Tiger now just bouncing on them, positioning themselves up on the roof, spread out through the zone. Surprise! Now moving up as well. Down goes Captain. Oh, come on. Could this be the final play? As we see Rahman now holding up Kaito, also right there alongside him, holding his hand, supporting him in this final push as the players here from Real Tiger 9 come rushing on in. Up comes the nades. Come on, is this going to be the one? It's going to be so close. You can find it. Oh, down goes 1. Come on, 1 more to go, Reman. And now the last remaining player, the last remaining hopeful. Volt now steps on in, rushes through the smoke, rushes into the door, finds the hits, but doesn't close it up just yet, and down they go. I don't know who won that.
I think Real Tigers won. The one's pushing, because the person from inside of the shack was the one that fell. So I think that was a Real Tigers win. That was actually a really difficult ending right there. Everybody just sending it towards the shack.
That was insane. I mean, what a performance that was. It was so chaotic right there in the end. I mean, it was so difficult to tell, but either way, well done, well played. Real Tiger 9 claiming that one, and of course finishing off on 11 kills. Absolutely phenomenal performance, but of course we're going to be jumping into a quick break, and we'll be right back after the break to discuss the chaotic zone that we just saw. Hello and welcome back. What a crazy performance we just witnessed in our final match of the day. The players there from Real Tiger 9 clawing their way into that final zone, just rushing in so aggressively to end off their match, their final show of the day, on an absolute fantastic note. And of course, speaking of that, let's get into the stats to see just how that match went.
See Real Tiger 9.
Here we go. Yes, Real Tiger 9. There we go. I mean, up in pole position 26 points, finishing off with 11 kills and 15 placement points. The Zombies, of course, taking second place there with 18 total points, 8 kill points and 10 placement. And of course, the Alpha Legends coming in 16th place there with 12 placement points and 4 kill points.
Yeah, Real Tag 9, again, it looks like this zone was a little bit more top-heavy in terms of kills. I mean, very top-heavy for the first few places, but otherwise a tiny bit more spread out towards the bottom. I definitely assume coming into our next show of whoever comes in the next few spots. But, I mean, Alpha Legends, it also seems like they were able to be pulling out a ton of stuff, but it turns out they just got into that second place position, 4 kills. And as you can see here, yeah, and into the next one, you can see that the points drastically decreased. FalconsEsport, YaLLa Esports, both able to pick up 3 total points. RICO Infinity Team, Fanatic Zombies with 2 each, and Fei Esports, Erangel with 1. SUDOR Esports and HOTLINE Esports coming in on 15th and 16th place. So, like I already mentioned, it looks like very, very top heavy. Once again, I feel like that's obviously very usual, but let's go ahead and jump into that damage as well. We can see how the damage translated into kills. Our Team 9 being able to pick up 11 kills with 2074 damage. Meanwhile, right beside them with 9 kills, 1466 as well. So, and then actually a little bit of a jump. Zombies with 8 kills with 1378. They were able to pick up at least 1 more kill compared to the person beside them with a little less damage.
I mean, SCYTES just bring an absolutely phenomenal amount of kills alongside their 9 kills. And NASR, of course, on 7 there. On that 1443, just some insane players. And we saw as we were making our way to that final circle, things just started heating up and heating up. We had so many smokes in play. And then, of course, that aggressive bounce coming in from Real Tiger 9. Just insane stuff. But, of course, speaking about insanity, let's look at some of the stats of the players that we saw in this match just now. And of course, as you can see, there we go. We've got a Hamco, we got Volt, we got Phobia, and then of course we've got Eagle and the Real Tiger 9s now with a double feature here, coming in with 717 damage as well as 791 damage for the side there of Eagle. But of course, Phobia stealing the show there for the SCYTES with 6 kills. Man, and of course that survival time for Eagle, he just swooped in right into the end, getting himself up onto that 21 minutes and 30 second survival time. Insane stuff.
You can definitely see how each of these team members were able to go on ahead and help out their teammates just based off of those stats alone. And I mean, team game, it looks like every single time there's always one star coming out of every single team, just being able to support each other. And honestly, being able to see those stats, you can really obviously see how people are going to be able to go ahead and pull out those points in our last match.
Yeah, like they say, you know, teamwork makes the dream work, and that is what we saw. I mean, Real Tiger 9, they even survived with pretty much the whole squad still alive in that final zone. So really aggressive play, and that is what I'm hoping to see now carry on over in towards Super Weekend. You know, want to see that momentum, the teams coming up so strong throughout these league play days, and hoping to see that then translate into that Super Weekend. So of course, you know, it's going to be interesting to see which teams will be moving on over in towards our second Super Weekend, because just looking at the performances we had from the teams here today, I mean, YaLLa, they played an absolutely phenomenal game. 2 chicken dinners just today. I mean, Real Tiger 9, this last game, insane stuff, super aggressive, loved it, had an absolute blast. I mean, even the players from Alpha Legends, they also came in, once again, such a heavy kill game, finishing off on 10 kills. Then of course in our first game, I mean, also GUNZ just stepping in, claiming their own second chicken dinner. Unfortunately, we didn't see that turkey come in just yet, but hopefully soon.
I'm also interested to see the difference of the winner chicken dinners, because I believe last time we ended up seeing a lot of like the top 4 teams ended up having like 2 each or something crazy like that. No, maybe a bit more spread out, but interested to see what happens this time. There were a few teams that we already talked about that are more point heavy, placement point heavy versus kill point heavy. We might see some interesting things happening on this leaderboard that might set us up for some expectations going into the Super Weekend. But that being said, we saw that before and it didn't entirely go with each other. But let's go ahead and take a look at that real Tiger 9 map stats real quickly, because as we know, they were absolutely beasts on Sandhawk, and this reflects it. 1437 damage Sandhawk, while 1087 on Miramar. Same with 7.75 for Sandhawk and 3 on Miramar. The only difference though is Miramar with the longer time of 2047, but that's just because of how the maps work, I believe.
Yeah, just because Miramar, you know, that is what it is. So yeah, definitely a really strong showing coming in, especially on Sandhawk. And seeing that today was such a Sandhawk central day, it really worked out extremely well for them, especially in this final match. So yeah, I mean, there's nothing I can say to argue with that. You know, some maps teams are just good in. Other maps, they need to work on them a little bit more. But definitely Sandhawk is the map where, you know, Tiger just flourishes. And of course, it is pretty fitting with their name. I mean, it is the jungle, like, you know.
Oh,
you
no.
know, like
I guess.
Put one and one together. Yeah, you know.
Tigers in the jungle doing well in their own habitat. Yeah, I guess so, DK. I mean, you're not wrong. They did go on ahead and do really well. I mean, not to say that they didn't do too well in Miramar 2, but definitely showing off on Sandhawk just a bit. Even that last game, I mean, you already went on ahead and pointed out that show of aggression that you were really impressed by, but just pushing on over there, even though they didn't necessarily have to, but they knew how many people there were. They knew exactly where they were, so like, why not? Even though I feel like it was a little bit too close for comfort, in my opinion.
But that's what makes it so interesting. You know, that's what keeps us all on the edge of our seats. But another team I'd like to just you know, give a shout out to today is Arab GSG. All right. Yes, they didn't have the best 2 days yesterday and today, but when we did see them stepping up, I believe that was on Miramar. You know, they just came out of the woodworks, bringing in a little bit of aggression. Yes, things didn't go exactly according to plan, but it was an improvement. And that is essentially what we want to see, is that consistent improvement coming in from teams. That is what translates into really phenomenal performances, really great things happening. So I'm quite excited to see what we'll be getting from them in our third week. But of course, before we get into that, let's have a look once again at our map winners of today. So right up in our first match, we had the players there from GUNZ Esports, of course, finishing off with a really strong start. And then we had YaLLa coming in with both their chickens, of course, bringing in 10 kills apiece. You can see they're quite heavy damage that they've been doing all the way through. Alpha Legends coming in on our fourth match. They're clutching their chicken dinner as well. 10 kills to their name. And of course, the final match being the players there from a real Tiger 9 with a real amazing performance. We had sealing their deal on 11 kills and some really strong kill performances damage-wise that we've had from these teams here today.
Honestly, taking a look at it, it looks like there was almost an even amount of kills per win through every single map today, which I find a bit interesting. I mean, none of these guys were able to go on ahead and just capitalize on both kill points and getting a first place in this round of games, these 5 games. All of them were around the same, around 10 points with that 15-point placement point on top. So nothing absolutely insane. I think that goes to show that, I mean, first of all, a lot of teams could go on ahead and grab that winner chicken dinner everybody's capable of, but just also how close in skill all these teams really are as well. It's not just going to go on ahead and be top heavy, super top heavy, getting those match wins and kills.
But what's interesting though is just how, you know, the points are starting to spread out. I mean, if we look back to the first week, right? We had a bit of a dominance coming in there from the side of NASR as they were just, you know, slowly just getting away from the competition, right? Now, as we've already seen through our standings, things are really starting to get closer and closer. And of course, our top players, as we move in for this last stretch of the day, you can see we had, of course, coming in there, we've got Yamaz, we've got Volt, for the side of Real Tiger 9. Yamaz for YaLLa. We have Shatur coming in for Alpha Legends. We've got Prestige there for the side of RICO Infinity. And then, of course, Jigsaw once again for Real Tiger 9. So that has been just a little sneak peek in all the crazy plays we've been having across the matches here today. And just looking at Yamaz, I mean, he's got an average damage of 554, an average kills of 2.75, an average survival time of 20 minutes and 22 seconds. And we've seen some really strong plays coming in from Yamaz today.
Definitely. I mean, that was the side of YaLLa Esports. We already went on ahead and praised them multiple times today, being able to pick up 2 wins. And even still, in the games that they didn't win, they were still pretty high up on that leaderboard. So definitely already called them consistent before, but now it just seems like it's not just consistent. They are, in fact, putting on the show. And I'm interested to see. I mean, last time we went on ahead and looked at it, they're still holding on to that first place spot. So maybe they're going to go on ahead and go into the Super Weekend from first as well. And that kind of makes me question, since it seems like they were consistent at first, they kind of figured it out, they might still have that first place position. Will that go on ahead translate to the Super Weekend? They were consistent there as well, but they weren't at the top. But now have they cracked the formula? I know I already went on ahead and posed that question before, but I guess we don't have to wait any longer. Here are the overall standings.
All right. As we move on in, we can see the players there from YaLLa Esports sitting right up very comfortably on 103 points at the end of the matches here today. We've got GUNZ also still in the fight there on 100 points. So 2 teams breaking that century. Of course, the Zombies coming in third place. They're on 98 points. Real Tiger also with their second chicken dinner coming into 4th place on 84. We got Alpha Legends in 5th place on 75, 1 chicken dinner under their belt. Fate also having 1 chicken dinner in 6th place on 74. But then RICO Infinity neck in neck with Fate, also sitting on 74 points over in 7th. And then, of course, the players there from the sites over in 8th place.
And also 9th through 16th, HOTLINE Esports in 9th currently with 65 total points. NASR Esports with 1 winner chicken dinner, total of 63. SUDOR Esports taking 11th place with a chicken with 56 total points. RTG Esports with 12th and 55 points. 13th is the Snipers, 44. Galaxy Racer in 14th with 43. iKURD Esports grabbing 15th with 36. And then, of course, Fanatic Zombies in 16th place with 33. I mean, that is our top 16 teams that are going to go on ahead and qualify. Meanwhile, Raad, FalconsEsport, Flare Loyal Team, and Arab GSG, who got 33, 26, 20, and 18 points, unfortunately this time are not going to be joining us for our second Super Weekend.
So there is a slight change up in the teams that we see moving in over in towards Super Weekend once again. So definitely interested in seeing, you know, how the teams will then be performing in there. Because in the last Super Weekend, we didn't see the Fanatic Zombies move through. We didn't see Fate. We didn't see Galaxy Racer. And we didn't see the Snipers. Right? If I remember correctly.
I believe so.
Okay. So now for this Super Weekend, it's changed. So it's good bringing in some fresh blood into that Super Weekend to just, you know, give us a show, give us a performance, you know, bring in those disruptions. And of course, they also want to be the teams to be bringing in points because, as we've mentioned before, that is where it all matters. The points that they get in the league play days, you know, day 1 and day 2, that is only to get them into Super Weekend. It's only once they make their way into there that we really see that action and the points coming in and really pushing up the players in it towards that point. So quite a few exciting things, of course, still ahead as we are approaching that Super Weekend. But on that, I think it's going to be a wrap for us here today. So I want to give a big thank you to everyone that tuned in to watch. And of course, big shout out to all the players. And of course, thank you to you, Span, for the casting today. And of course, the production team. We always got to say thank you to production as they make this possible.
Of course, yeah. I would also like to say thank you as well. But also, I mean, I'd also like to point out really quickly, we already went on ahead and touched on who was moving into the Super Weekend and who's not, but the person in second overall for the finals points, I will say, are probably really, really happy right now, because FalconsEsport, who are currently in first place with the most amount of points towards finals, did not qualify for this Super Weekend. So that's kind of a huge disruption already. FalconsEsport were kind of the team to be looking out for because they're already going into finals and first, but that is no longer possible at this point. So many people that were in the Super Weekend last time, now in the Super Weekend again, are going to surpass them, and I'm curious to see how FalconsEsport are going to go on ahead and salvage that in the end.
Well, it's definitely going to be quite interesting to see, of course, how that kind of just unravels. But of course, be sure to join us on the Super Weekend when we get straight into it over on Thursday. Of course, we'll be casting it myself and Spancargo, so some exciting things in the pipeline there. So see you guys back again on Thursday. Have a fantastic evening, and of course, we're going to wrap up the show with our daily recap.